Good evening, and welcome to a Friday night stream this week because it's a little bit fraught in this house midweek with big exams going on. So give the daughter some peace and let her do her work. But she has given me permission to do a stream tonight. I did ask her. She said Friday night will be fine. Oh, okay, so you're in charge of the house now. You're not even 18 yet. You're in charge of the house. I am joined tonight on the stream by Gingerbeard and Omanal. So if you'd like to say hello, chaps. I know Gingerbeard has just waved.
Well, hello.
And if anyone else would like to pop in and have a chat with us, you are more than welcome to do so. I was wondering what to stream about this week, and woke up this morning to some news which was like a bit of a kick in the gut. One of my favourite bands is Depeche Mode, and sadly, a keyboard player, Andy Fletcher, passed away last night, which is sad, but we are of that age, I suppose, when our heroes are starting to drop. Isn't that right, Gingerbeard?
Not quite of that age. I mean, I remember being like psychically shook when Bowie died.
Well, that's exactly what I was referring to, because I know you're a big David Bowie fan. So,
yes, indeed. Actually, I got on one of the shared discords that we talk about. Like, it is sad that Andy Fletcher died, but at the same time, after I'd worked out he wasn't Vince Clarke, and I realised that Vince Clarke is a very Marmite person, I was worried. Like, I was glad that Vince Clarke hadn't died, because I love Yazoo and Eurasia. But yeah.
I mean, Andy Fletcher was known as, so he was the uncle of the band in Depeche Mode. You had Dave Garn, who was the tearaway youth at the front, wowing the ladies.
With an anal piercing, apparently.
Oh, he was lived the rock star lifestyle. And then you had the very fragile, somewhat effeminate Martin Gore, who was the arty one, but he was the songwriter and the muso, the one who composed pretty much everything. And Fletch was just like the machine in the background who just sort of tied it all together, the sensible one. But sad, I've never got to see them live. So
I mean, looking at it, is I went to a Megadeth concert in Austin, I think a year ago or so, and I kind of felt, you look all around, you went, wow, we're all in our 40s and 50s now, or older.
Yes.
And there's not quite the same energy that there used to be.
Yes. Yeah, it's not just the floor that creaks when everyone tries to dance and move around. It's bones as well. Yeah. Yes. I started to see that a few years back. I went to a pretty big they're a local band, very big locally. And went to see them in 2005 because I'd been 34 then. The band were all in their 40s, but I'd seen them a number of times at festivals in the 90s, and even the drop off in that 10 to 15 years was quite alarming. But that was a band called Populity itself, and film nerds may have heard of Clint Mansell. I don't know if any of you. He composed. He's a well-known classical film score composer now.
Oh, okay. Which would it be?
His famous piece is one called Lux Aeterna.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I shouldn't. Requiem for a Dream was that was used on, but he was the lead singer of Populity itself, and they're completely different in sound to what he's composing. He's composing classical film scores, and he gets up on stage and he's basically shouting and screaming and swearing at the crowd and leaping around. It's completely different. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Prodigy song "Their Law." which basically repeats F them and their law all the way through. He wrote that. So
I was
anyway.
lucky to see Eric Clapton last year as well, and I don't. That's you're at the point now where several of these artists go see him in concert if you ever want to go see him, because they may not be around again.
Yeah,
they're very especially, and I mean, I'm going to mention the Megadeth concert because we went out there and he's like, you could tell he was mad. He wanted to go on tour. He's like, don't ever let them do this to us again. You know, don't ever let them shut down this stuff, because we bought tickets the year previous, and because of COVID, they pushed it back. And Texas was a lot more open than a lot of other places, which is why I think that Eric Clapton, he only was in the U.S. for like 2 weeks. He hit the South, I guess, because they weren't closing for COVID, and then he jumped back over and into Europe, and I don't know what happened. I think his last concert was supposed to be in Moscow or something. Which,
I mean, he's got to be in his 70s now, isn't he? I would have thought, Clapton.
Oh, he's like 78 or something like that.
Yeah.
And so go if you ever want to go see your artist in concert, just go see them now, because you don't know what will happen. So
yeah. I mean, one of the bands I wish I'd been old enough to have seen in their prime was Pink Floyd, but obviously they all hated each other, and half of them have passed away now. So yeah, it's one of those things.
I guess you could still see the Rolling Stones. They don't ever seem to die.
Their drummer died last year, didn't they?
Oh, okay.
Charlie Watts,
yeah. Wouldn't mind seeing the Stones though.
You're not my front man. Oh no, yeah. I'm not your drummer. You're my fucking front man. Punch keeps reaching through a wall.
So before we get into talking about music and gaming and stuff, I'm going to say hello to Elfbait, who has popped in as well. Hello, Elfbait.
Hello.
Hello, Elfbait. You're right. So we know that Gingerbeard is a David Bowie fan. Omanal is a metal fan. We can tell it's rock and metal, isn't it, Omanal? By the sound of things. And Elfbait, what's your musical preference?
I never categorized. I listened when I was in high school. I listened to everything from speed metal to rap to heavy metal back in the 70s and 80s. New wave, Oingo Boingo, Depeche Mode, Nitzer Ebb and stuff like that, getting into industrial, Front 242.
Oh, Front 242. Oh. Yes. I remember them stomping to them around dance floors up in Yorkshire in the early 90s.
Never been to a full-size concert, but I've been to many shows. I've seen like Sky Cries Mary live. I've seen Front 242. I've seen Brain is not working, but I've seen probably too many shows. But I just keep finding new stuff to like too. Nothing's off the table. There's even some country music I like.
I like old country before it became soft rock, and then I am also a huge fan of music scores and classical style orchestras and things like that.
Oh yeah, I think the classic was walking into a record store or CD store back in the day and plunking a Glenn Miller big band CD and a Motorhead CD on the counter at the same time. He's like, "This for your grandpa?" I'm like, "No, that's mine too." We're sitting outside the local pizza shop waiting for our order and blasting Gregorian chant or bagpipe music on the car stereo.
Those are pretty awesome. I have to give you that. I still remember going into the CD store like you did. I am popping down the Alien soundtrack, and Flash Gordon, and the person just looking at me like I was really weird. I'm like, oh, come on.
So music and gaming then. What I want to know from people, because I like quite dark music, quite introspective music I can I lose myself to, and I will say straight away that it does influence my taste in gaming, and I use it to try and inspire my gaming. I use it to try and inspire what I write about when I write things, and I think it certainly affects the genres of gaming that I tend to favour as well. We've got a fifth person as well. This is going to get busy. Here comes Sexiest as well.
Oh,
hello,
excellent.
Sexiest. Hello, Sexiest.
Hello there. Hello.
So before I continue, everyone has introduced themselves, and I need to know what your taste in music is, Sexiest. Tell the world.
That is a good question. I don't know what you classify Rhapsody of Fire, but sort of like metal, heavy metal, fantasy metal, that sort of thing. That's like in that direction.
Right. So a metalhead, basically.
I would call myself that, yeah.
Danish
Fair
people music.
Exactly. Yeah, spot on.
It's Scandinavian, isn't it? Basically, yes. We did mention their entry to Eurovision, didn't we? In chat.
I know, so again, me and Your Geek playing a shared game, and I had to skip it for Eurovision, but it's a thing. It's a thing. You can't mock me for having outside interests outside of D&D.
I will.
For the Americans who don't know what Eurovision is, it's an annual European song contest, which is completely over the top camp, really, really political. Everyone votes for their mates, but it's part of.
Actually, saying political, do you want me to get you demonetized? So, not only do European nations take part, but also Australia and Israel, because of course, Israel.
Yes, because of course.
Well, do they make sure they leave India out just so it wouldn't overwhelm everything?
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
So but Gingerbeard is a big fan of Eurovision, and it's fair to say I'm not. So I have been taking the mickey, and he's been defending his corner.
We have some friends over here who do a big party of that every year.
So
you have to.
I can't go to them anymore though, because I got hissed at for wanting to talk while during the party. I'm like, I'm hanging out with my friends. I'm gonna want to interact. And
no,
your Euro music contest is not all that important to me. I'm here to eat food and hang out.
A little side question here. It's somewhat delving political, but I don't want to really. What happened with Romania this year in Eurovision? Because I heard there was a scandal or something going on from that.
I don't know. As far as Romania go, I had them I pissed away £30 worth of money in bets, and I had Romania to finish the highest Baltic country, but they didn't. But now I have to investigate it. Thank you, Army. Now.
No.
Romania
I heard
and Baltic.
that they voted differently. That's what they normally do.
Yeah.
So that was what my question was. But
you can see Mrs. Geek is behind. Yeah, there she is. You just saw her head popping up. She's proved she exists twice now in a couple of weeks.
It's actually through your window. It's looking very sunny for the West Midlands. Are you sure where you are?
Yeah, I've got to make most of it. So this is our one weekend of sun.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to music and gaming. I think my music taste affects my taste in gaming. I like dark music. I like music that makes me think, and as a result, I'd like to think that I like games that make me think. I mean, you can tell me otherwise if I'm wrong, if I don't play that way, but I just waiting for.
It's all right. While you're ad-libbing for your wife to go away, I was going to say this topic is really interesting because you said a couple of times before that you can't have music playing while you're playing because it distracts you.
No. No,
So
not at all.
this is why I found this topic really interesting, because it's like, how do you obviously things can inspire you,
Mhm.
but it's not like sort of other times. Sometimes when we're playing D&D or whatever, I'll just put on like a Dungeon Synth soundtrack. So yeah, I really want to get your perspective on it.
I would be reaching for the off button straight away
See, I've
because
put. Go on. Sorry.
I get completely distracted by music. For me, music is all or nothing. There's no such thing as background music, which is another reason, I guess, why I like music that is quite intense, because I like music to just completely overwhelm me. I put my headphones on and I like to just disappear, and almost if the rest of the world doesn't exist, I'm listening to my music. But that's why I like my music to be quite deep and intense as a result, I guess. I mean, if I've had a few beers, I might leap around to something a bit lighter. But generally, if I'm just up in my room, I will just drift away to something that takes me to another place. And for me, gaming has that same purpose, and the two don't work together. I can't. Also, if there's background music, I actually can't hear what people are saying to me because I can't pick the sounds out. I can't pick the sounds apart. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Sort of. I mean, it's definitely more related to your experience when it comes to this. I think also a big part of it is going to be down to how loud the music is. You know, what volume you've got it set to.
Well, it doesn't matter if it exists there. It takes my attention.
Okay.
If next door are playing music, it takes my attention.
Because I've been in games where the DM would then send out a link, and then we'd all be listening to Metallica, or we'd be listening to something equal, you know, in terms of music, while we were in the middle of a battle, and then that would then be there, which would, for the majority of the group playing, we would just get more and more into it because the metal and the sort of high paced symphony or music would just sort of get us eager to sort of go. Like, yes, next person's turn. Let's just throw ourselves in there. Like, it was just everyone were just more or less like throwing themselves into it. And equally so, I've had times where I've run games and I've taken, again, I don't know what the genre is called, but the cinematic music that you find that is often used for trailers and the like, where you would have an hour long of that, and I'd throw that in order to sort of encourage players to get involved or to feel more invested in the moment, especially when it's high intensity situations. Because the music, at least in my experience, has sort of budged the players to feel like, no, we don't have time for this. Let's just go. Let's just throw ourselves in there. If it's a bad decision, we'll make it up as we go up along. If it's a good decision, great. Just keep going. It's a motivator.
I have to say, if I'm playing in a game and the DM keeps doing that, I'm afraid I would probably say, sorry, this game isn't for me.
That's it. There you go. And that's good for you as a player to turn around and say, listen, your style is not for me. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's actually better for you as a player to turn around and say that, because otherwise you're wasting your time. Yeah, no, you're wasting your time, just quite frankly.
I mean, this is what I say about, say, for example, if my next door neighbours have got music on, I can't read a book. But I can't tell them to turn the music off, really. They're allowed to listen to music.
Sensory issues are always going to play into it, though. I mean, I can't have anything that's like really too musical. Ambient sound effects and stuff in the background, like jungle noise, rain, droning, Cthulhu-esque chanting, can work well, but nothing like actual music.
I guess I'm going to be the oddball out here because I like it fairly soft in the background. And I'm looking at DM James, and of course I love the Conan soundtrack. The problem is that none of the songs are long enough for any battle whenever you're running it. But I do like things like the Viking I won't call them Viking music, like Scald and stuff like. Or no, what's the Danheim, like that in the background. I do like that chanting just to give the mood. But and this applies anywhere I'm at for the most part. This is why I generally don't like going to concerts. Oddly enough, is I want the music loud enough that I can hear it in the background, but not so loud that I can't talk to my friends, because I'm really there to talk to my friends and whatever I do. And so I'm not distracted by that. And if it's too loud, I tend to just shut down because I can't talk to someone or interact. And I'm just like, look, you've overwhelmed all my senses, and this isn't what I really like to do with people. But I that's where John and I would completely differ. Is I kind of like that really soft background noise, but I don't want anything with words for the most part, unless you've got some chanting or something. Whenever I'm playing. But I do love the the Witcher soundtrack, the Conan soundtrack. Mostly they're all soundtracks. We're doing space fantasy, and of course I want the Star Wars. Basically, all the musical scores are what I love because that does bring up the feel of it. And again, Star Wars is great because you can play a Star Wars RPG and just play it from there.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's long been an awkward thing for me with films, in that I have to really, if the score in the film is loud, I can't hear the actors at all. I almost prefer films to have little or no music, or music only when actors aren't speaking. I know it is difficult in that sense. I mean, I'm one of these heathens. If I get a computer game, one of the first things I do is turn off the background music.
I don't think you're alone in that.
Well, it depends. Like Kingdom Come Deliverance, I turned the music off to that because I want to be immersed in a medieval world, and it really sort of boils down to what it is that you're trying to achieve in your game. Are you trying to go for immersion? In which case, I mean, my dominating style is to just put on ambient music, something that's on in the background, just something to set the mood, nothing more. Just noises, like if we are in a medieval town. I want to hear, people walking around. I want to hear the carts, things like that. Things that makes you feel like, okay, the environment that's being described to you is now in a town. You can start picturing it around you. You can start seeing the almost Renaissance-like setups that you're in. That's usually what I would prefer to go for. When it comes to music, that's where you've got to know your players. And you've got to know, what suits for the style. Because you can have, I've got a player who is a diehard anime fan, and if I put on anime music, then he would love it, but we are going to be having 6 other players that's just going to be sitting there going, this means nothing to me, this is just K-pop.
Problem is, if you put on music I like, I'll end up singing along to the music and not paying any attention to the game.
It is one of the things I liked about virtual tabletops when, I had to start playing from home and switch over to Roll20. It was really easy if you're playing Call of Cthulhu to and you're in the local jazz club, cue up looping jazz background or city street or rain, ominous cave kind of stuff. And that never seemed to detract things because I could put it in the background and I could control the volume, and I have control panel there, so it wasn't like I was fumbling through playlists or anything like that. That really worked. My players seem to dig it. When you're on a city street and you're hearing 1930s, cars and stuff going by, and newsies on the corner yelling extra, extra. So
Yeah,
go on.
No, keep going.
Well, okay. I was going to take it in the other direction, where music is going to be playing a big part of it. I'm running a Curse of Strahd campaign at the moment, and one of the things I've decided is that when they go to meet Strahd, when they're going to have the dinner with Strahd, I am going to have 4 sets of music that is going to be played, and then dependent on either the roles, the memory, or the notes of the players, then they will be able to identify what each piece of music is representing during that night. So at the beginning, I found the wedding music that would have been played when Strahd was meant to have gotten married, which is meant to be the sort of welcoming to them. Then I will have another, again, organ, dark organ score played, which is to represent his vanity and the pain that he's going through, followed by another piece called Dementia, because it is a continuous cycle within Ravenloft and within Barovia that you're enduring of pain, forgetting, reliving, pain, forgetting, reliving consistently, and then ending it with the Strahd's Tears, the musical, the specific music made for Ravenloft, which is to highlight that the gloves are off. They are now officially on Strahd's radar to be someone that he will take on personally, and that's when they're going to be escorted out of the castle. Now, these are things that I'm taking and specifically putting in there, so that you're going to have the bard that's going to be able to pick it up. You're going to have the player, the physical player who takes notes in these
So
things.
you're using music as a puzzle.
I am using music as a puzzle, as an indicator, as something that they can pick up on, because there's going to be moments where I can just turn around and say, you remember this music being played in this tavern by this band, and you have a chance now to roll to see if you remember this, because I might know that some of the players are just forgetful. So that's... Go on.
I wouldn't have a problem with that, because my focus there is still on the game. Mm-hmm. And if the music is the game, mm-hmm. and we're not expected to play the game while the music is going on, mm-hmm. Then that's fine, because there the music is the game. Mm-hmm. So the focus is there. The focus is still on the game, and that's not a problem. That's not a problem for me at all. I quite like those sort of puzzles. In fact, I'd love that sort of thing. It's that sort of thing would really engage me, because I like that sort of depth in a game. But that's, like I said, I like depth in the music. So
but this is just how far you're willing to go as a DM. Are you willing to go out and find these things and go into this kind of details? Now the example I'm giving here is a very specific one, because I have tailored this version of Curse of Strahd for that group to basically be involved in that kind of thing, to have these kind of clues and so on. And because I've picked up the certain players, just make these levels of details for when they play. So that's one way of doing it. But I want to point to what Elf said. For example, Call of Cthulhu. It's beautiful when you've got things like the background music, and you can then also do, if you look it up, or if I tend to just sort of stumble across it, specific sound snaps, like a door creaking or anything like that. You can play that, and then suddenly players might be more attuned and go, wait, what was that? And then that can help shift that around.
Yeah, those can be tricky to time out, though. So
yes,
no, true.
I mean, I've tried listening to quite a few podcasts, gaming podcasts, Call of Cthulhu ones, and yes, little ambient sound effects in Call of Cthulhu are great, but if there's something going on in the background, then I do struggle to hear the players' dialogue, mm-hmm. which, after all, is the most important part when you listen to a podcast. Yeah. But then I know I'm weird. Look, I'm weird. I'm unusual. Yeah. I'm the weirdo here. You're the normal.
Man, we're all weird, and I'm kind of wondering, Sexiest, did you, as a younger person, get the second edition Light in the Belfry box set, or any of the box sets that had the CDs?
No, dude, I'm 29. I was too young at that point, and I lived in Denmark.
I know you lived in Denmark. I'm not. Man, I'm not holding it against you that you lived in Denmark or that you're young.
No, I never had that. When I picked up second edition, it wasn't even like I played it when I was 9 years old, and I couldn't read English. So the DM was an adult who could read English and who would just sort of tell us, roll this dice, add that number, and then from there the imagination would just go wild, kids. And then,
sounds like gaming heaven. It sounds like gaming heaven to me. I love it. I love it when the players don't know anything about the rules. You just use your imagination. I'll handle the mechanics. Love it.
Yeah, no,
love
that's
you get better play that way. Honestly, if people stop worrying about the mechanics and just say, "I want to listen at the door," I want to go to the orc and bop him on the nose.
Exactly.
and go on.
Oh no, I was just listening to that. I'm also reading the chat here and how everyone likes this stuff. I think whenever we do this stuff, like I love to have the score to the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and I love to have that. And if you're going to play Mirth, that works out very well. The only other problem that you have when you sometimes play music is when everyone is familiar with the film. If you play certain music, you're going to pull people out of whatever setting they are if it doesn't correspond exactly to that. Because people go, oh yeah, I remember whatever scene from, that was the battle from Isengard. We're going to do this. You're going, Hornsby, Helmsby. Anyway, you're going, oh yeah, but you can't sometimes throw that into something else. Or I'm going to do a Braveheart. Well, that's great if you're going to play kind of the Celtic, Scottish aspect, for there. Doesn't work so well if you're going to be throwing it into other music. And
that's belong in Chult.
You have to tailor your music for that, but you also have to understand that players will pick up on where they got it. Like I like Lorinda McKenna, but I want to hear certain songs. Is it a Celtic setting? Then I want to hear these songs. Is it a Middle Eastern setting? I want to hear these types of, just so I get the feel of whatever my setting is, and it should be setting that basis.
I just mentioned Lord of the Rings. Going back to when I mentioned Clint Mansell earlier. The trailer for the Lord of the Rings films used that Lux Aeterna piece that I mentioned. So that band I saw in 2005 with the lead singer leaping around swearing composed the music to the trailer to Lord of the Rings. Complete opposite ends of the scale. Anyway, that's my nerdy music knowledge. To give you an idea of how much I get into the music, how many of you know a quiz show called Mastermind?
I've heard of it. I can't say I'm absolutely familiar with it.
Are you familiar with it?
Dun, dun.
Yeah, I've sat in that chair.
It's a very blessed position to have. I'm jealous.
It's the most fearsome thing I've ever done in my entire life. For Americans, it's basically a quiz show where it's based on a Gestapo interrogation. You have a light shone in your face. You're sat in, otherwise you're in pitch black, and you get questions fired at you.
Pretty sure that's a war crime.
It is a war crime.
But my specialist subject, because you have a specialist subject, then you have a general knowledge round. There's 4 of you in each edition. The winner goes through to the next round. And my specialist subject was Joy Division. So I have sat in that chair and undergone that for my love of Joy Division. It is on YouTube. If you go onto YouTube and you Google Joy Division Mastermind, you'll see 2 people having had it as a specialist subject, and I'm one of them. 10 years ago, when I looked a bit younger. The makeup ladies did a wonderful job. Anyhow.
I felt leaving a sarcastic comment like, who was the other one? Mark Lamar.
The other guy was a bit bigger than me. And we both scored exactly the same amount, I think. Anyway, let's have a little look at some of the comments, because I'm crap at keeping up with comments. The comments haven't been as active this time. Was it my computer just being slow?
No, you did an unannounced stream, and people who have jumped on. But it's cool.
I said that
some good comments.
The reason I didn't, in case you're not aware, the reason I didn't have a midweek stream this week, and the reason I've not done too many videos is my daughter is sitting A levels at the moment, which are probably the biggest exams in a British school kid's life. So they are more than little important. And she gave me permission to have a stream tonight. She told me I couldn't have one on Wednesday.
Oh,
So
man.
she had a physics exam on Thursday morning.
I feel for you, but just tell us when Michael Gove comes round to your house and tells your daughter to fuck off.
Right. Anyway, I'm going to bring up one here because I did this. I was telling Gingerbeard about it earlier. Halakar says, I also had a whole series of adventures based on songs. So when the group would figure out a puzzle or something, they would get a snippet of the song it related to. I didn't do it quite like that. I just downloaded the lyrics of a load of songs and just wrote adventures based on the lyrics. And I managed to keep that campaign going for about 18 months. And all the adventures they did were based on lyrics of one particular band. But the sad thing is my players had no idea about the band. It went whoosh straight above their heads. It gave me loads of inspiration, loads and loads and loads. And any of you ever done anything like that before?
Yes.
On both sides. Back when I used to get to play, one of our DMs back when we were in junior high took the entire album of Power Slave and wrote his campaign for that. And then there's a new-ish band called The Sword that I always describe as Led Zeppelin and Black Sabbath had a baby. And they're all about epic, fantasy-filled, sci-fi-filled songs and stuff. And so I want to scribble a campaign based around that, a bunch of other stuff.
And it works. It's good. It as DMs, we have to get inspiration from somewhere, and where better than our love of whatever music we love. You said you've done it, Sexiest. What did you do?
Divinations. Have you ever used song lyrics for divinations? Because those responses for when players divine shit is not meant to be a yes or no or black and white answer. Like, if the players suddenly ask, are we going to be in danger if we go deeper into the dungeon? Well, let me open up the Iron Maiden songs and let me tell you should fear the dark.
Gotta go for Zeppelin. Baby, 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 baby.
Well,
woman, you don't know.
I mean, I'm going to say to any D&D player, if you look at the lyrics, or any Cthulhu player, the lyrics to the goth band Fields of the Nephilim song Psychonaut. Now, a psychonaut is somebody who is able to speak to a higher power. So immediately, straight away, that gives you some sort of oracle feeling, or some hermit who is capable of communing with higher powers he must seek out in the forest, something like that. Not the forest oracle, for those who know that adventure, but also in the song he's chanting Lovecraftian words during the song. And I remember the adventure I did for that. The code word to get through this door was for them to chant that particular. And I had to get they found it written somewhere. I had my players chanting this Lovecraftian phrase that I'd ripped from the song Psychonaut. Yeah. I sat there smiling, thinking, yes. Yeah, they don't know what they're doing, but yes, I do. But one adventure I really enjoyed running, and it's blatantly written with pop culture references and music references. It is the starter adventure in the Paranoia rulebook. Any of you ever played that?
Man,
way back. I remember Paranoia. The problem that I had with Paranoia is it was one of those that was such fun to read, and it was so hard to execute without. I mean, that's fun that I had. So everyone had to smile, and It was,
That helps.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Stuff, yeah.
As much as I want to kill everyone off, I don't want them to all die before the adventure ends. And that's the problem with Paranoia, is learning how to do that. And then getting everyone to set up. But I just, you know what, with some of those things that you're talking about is where I would take humorous lyrics, like something from Weird Al Yankovic or something like that, and use that to set some of the mood or whatever's going in there. Like his song Foil. And like, okay, let's do this. And yeah, that's the way I'd probably do Paranoia.
I mean, that adventure in the rule book, it is actually written that you meet this. They have to go out into the real world, the old world, out of Alpha Complex, and the people who live outside all wear these medallions with 7-inch black discs on them, and they all worship the great Bowie, and it's all written into the adventure, and it's incredibly politically incorrect. It wouldn't get through the censors nowadays because of the way they speak. But you travel outside, you're in a vehicle called an MTV. And when so all these stupid jokes there, but when I ran it, and it went with one of my players who was 21 at the time, he had no idea what was going on, because he's just into modern pop. The other players got it, but I had them when the tribesmen were approaching the vehicle with MTV on the side of it. I had them singing "Money for Nothing" by Dire Straits. You know, the intro, "I want my MTV." And then a fight kicked off, and they were chanting "War, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing," all the way through the fight. And it just gave me that sort of inspiration to just go silly. It's the silliest I've ever been when DMing. I was running around the room playing air guitar while running a game of Paranoia.
Mildly reminds me of the Harley Davidson cult from the crappy sci-fi movie Galaxina. Harley Davidson, vroom vroom.
I can't sing, and I was there going, "War, huh, what is it good for?" And I was just running around my mate's kitchen, and his wife came in at one point. She was like, "What on earth is going on in here?" And but it was fun. It was just immense fun. Anyway, sidetrack. One question I want to ask is: do you think someone's music taste? I did get into sort of this. Someone's music taste affects the style of game they like. For example, absolutely. So someone who is into raucous metal is more likely to be into Gonzo, for example. I would say.
I would disagree, man.
Would you?
Yeah.
Most of the metalheads I
Wisconsin.
know are in a similar camp when it comes to style of play. So, but that could just be the people I hang out with. I mean, you hang out with like people, right? So,
I don't know. I mean, I have a lot of my friends that enjoy what I want to call somewhat sappy pop, kind of what I would call soul-sucking music, and yet they'll still enjoy a lot of the games that we'll run. I do think that, and again, I generally when it comes to scores and everything, I don't find that there's that much difference. It's the pop style that you might go in like, yeah, if you like pop, you probably don't want that dark, gritty feel. If you want, and I think that's where some of that comes in. But yeah, I think there's some of that, but also a lot of my friends like all sorts of music, which means they like all sorts of games. So
yeah. I have a friend who looks like she could be a dancer in a Combi Christ video who does the electric slide on the dance floor out at the golf club. So
I don't know, like I said, I like my metal, I like my more heavier rock and roll, but you give me free reins, I will dive you into cloak and dagger political games, and you will find yourself deep in love's entanglement. It is I do very, very detailed. Again, if I'm allowed to just let loose, I will go very detailed in the environment that you're in. You've got to keep track of who is who, who's allied with who, keep up with the gossip. So I wouldn't necessarily say that the music necessarily would be an indicator for the style, because the music I would listen to would either indicate high fantasy, which again I like it, but I always ear closer and closer towards a semi form of realism. I like to sprinkle a lot of realism into my games, and I like it when the players decide to invest themselves into the world. That I bring this sort of like, if you play with the powers that be, you might be a level 12 wizard, but poison is poison, and people will find ways to make sure your cup is poisoned.
On past streams, I've definitely got the impression that you've got a sadistic streak to your DMing.
He is Danish.
I tell my players before they join what they get into, so I would not say I'm sadistic. I would say my players are masochistic. They like the pain I bring them.
That's a good way of framing it.
I mean,
I don't like causing the pain, but they like receiving it.
I have not seen anyone walk out yet, so who's really the... Exactly. Am I really at fault here?
I mean,
Go
I'm
on.
presuming they're Danish as well, so they count numbers in Danish, which is masochistic in itself.
I mean, I'm living in England at the moment, so a lot of my players are... well, I've got a few English players, but like I've got a number of Americans, I've got one Canadian, and I'm trying to think now, and one Polish. So they're sort of all over the place, but yeah.
You have never let that loose. Like, fucking DM me on Aaron's server if you're living in England. Like, DM us all. We should have me up.
All right. So I'll add you to my list.
You might not want to meet up with us, but it'd be cool.
Well, we can talk off stream where you are physically.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I know
I live next to Stonehenge because I'm a big hippie.
Oh shit, me too.
What?
Okay. So we have a bromance going on here.
Yeah.
I'll find you. Don't worry. There shall be dice.
I
Clickety
used to
click dice.
live next to near a fake Stonehenge when I was back on the West Coast. There's a World War I vet came back from England and built one in southern Washington. So
Oh,
Nice.
that is funny.
it's right on Columbia Gorge.
That's a
I would
lovely
be scared right
heritage you
now.
have here. It would be.
I would be scared
rubbish.
right now, Gingerbeard, with Saxiest having just said, "I will find you."
I mean, it's fine. It can't be any worse than my wife.
Yeah, I mean, I don't live all that far away from the southwest either, so yeah, I think a big server, a British server meetup at some point,
Yeah.
and we will have to report back to our American friends who unfortunately live in the wrong time zone on the wrong side of the Atlantic.
But the thing, like, we are, yeah, it's cool, but we, like, the whole thing with you, like, I understand why you don't like music during games because it's distracting. But what music inspires you? Because there's a lot of people chiming in now with like stuff that is cool, like David Leonard saying Tangerine Dream. Like, what music just makes you think like, oh fucking wow, like I've got to write an adventure right now?
I like music that is long, intense, deep, sprawling. I like layers. I like lyrics that I have to try and unpack. I like music that's very much up its own backside. Good way of describing it. I went to see, as people are regular on the channel, I went to see Tool a few weeks ago. And Tool, you don't get any more intense than Tool. And I can't say I've ever written an adventure based on any Tool lyrics, but I did write. The campaign I wrote was based on Fields of the Nephilim lyrics, and they are, the best way to describe them is they are a gothic version of Pink Floyd. Quite not, maybe not as technically adept as Pink Floyd, because very few bands are, but they attempt that sort of sprawling soundscape, and their albums just flow. Their later albums, anyway, or certainly, actually, no, not all of them. One of their albums, which was actually produced by a guy who worked with Pink Floyd, the songs all flow, I know, in multiple parts. You know how, for example, in The Wall, for example, the songs are multiple parts of one, and the song titles, when you've got For Her Light followed by At the Gates of Silent Memory, there's the same album's got a song called Submission. There's Summerland, Dead But Dreaming, The Wail of Summer, and There Will Your Heart Be Also, which is all one song. But
sounds like a fake campaign.
But those sort of song titles conjure up ideas.
Yeah.
I mean, they open one of the albums with a song called Endemoniada. That is a great name for a villain, whatever game you're playing.
So this is my biggest point of upset is that early Pink Floyd, when Sid Waters was still Sid? No, it's not Sid
Roger Waters. Roger Waters.
No,
it was Sid,
who was
Sid Barrett. Sid Barrett.
When Sid Barrett was still part of them, like Piper at the Gates of Dawn is the best album name ever. But you listen to it, I was disappointed by the album. It's twee. It's like proto T-Rex, basically.
It's odd.
Yeah. But the album name, that is the best album name ever. And it just doesn't live up to the idea, the album name.
There was the most recent Nephilim album. The title track is Morning Sun, but morning is spelt with a U. And that for me conjures up an adventure straight away. The opening track is called Shroud Exordium. It's yes, I mean they are completely up their own backside, but it's just so all-encompassing sort of music. It's just.
I've got to say, look at the comments. Jeb Gordon, sorry, Proto T-Rex is not meant as like a slur. It was just me trying to describe the very first Pink Floyd album. Yeah.
Adam's just proved me wrong here. I'm a metalhead and I don't like Gonzo. There goes my logical theory out of the window.
Yeah.
Thank you, Adam. Gonzo either, but...
No, like Gonzo has its own style, but that's where I would stand up and walk out. It's like, okay, well, I don't mind when we go into like high fantasy things. That's fine, but Gonzo, where it's just like all wacky and all over the place, no, I'd like some form of consistency or some form of expectation where if I come in at least with some preconceived notions, they're somewhat aligned, or I would have some form of I wouldn't be too off the mark with my expectations for medieval fantasy.
Kind of a pet peeve is just that like there's this weird perception that the OSR was Gonzo, like full stop. Like you keep like everybody, oh, that's how it was. That's how it was. No, very little of it was, but that perception seems to just go hand in hand with it. Kind of like there was never any role playing, there was never any story, it was all nothing but fighting. So,
which is nonsense. It's absolute nonsense.
For me, music is usually the other way around. I usually listen to something that feeds into what I'm trying to work on if I'm creating. Like if I'm writing cyberpunk, I've got techno or at least something little electronic in the background, industrial stuff. If I'm writing Call of Cthulhu, I've got jazz, mixed with spooky ambient, kind of thing going on, and that helps creative juices flow. If I'm writing Star Wars, then I'm listening to Star Wars. So.
I go straight in for like just very loud, very fast paced, very stimulating music. Like I need my brain to be absolutely overwhelmed, and then my brain just from there sort of spirals out, because once I've got like that idea, I've got the music like basically almost jolting its imagination into motion. It is just an avalanche of ideas that just comes out of the oven in my head, and it just sort of goes out like bam, 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 bam. And in 20 minutes, bam, that's it. Like I've got a plot hook that's going to be lasting sessions and sessions, almost mini campaigns.
That's cool. So you're using it meditatively, almost kind of.
Yeah.
Like enter a new state of being.
Exactly. Like it's just sort of go into that state of like, okay, I've got something that I like, but I need to have it like sort of pumped out, and then I just basically inject a lot of like loud and fast paced music, and it just sort of blurbs it out. Like it's just vomiting out ideas, and it just goes. Here you go. That's what you need.
Your use of the phrase "spiral out" there. Anyone in the chat who knows Tool will know exactly what song that sprang into my head immediately when you said that. Are you aware of?
I think I know, but I could be wrong.
Lateralus.
I'm probably wrong.
Lateralus.
Yeah, I was definitely wrong. And yeah.
It's a song that's written in the Fibonacci sequence. Anyway, Omanal, one of your comments here. I think having music before the game to set the mood would work. Now, I used to drive to a game on a Tuesday night, and it was an hour. It took me an hour and 20 minutes to get there. I'd go and pick the other players up, a couple of other players up along the way, and in that game, I played the part of an evil necromancer. So the music in the car on the way there was almost always Sisters of Mercy.
I'm gonna say this.
I got to see them live.
for music, for me, is it's less that I want the mood. So I actually probably do it backwards. Whereas like Sexiest here, we'll do it meditatively. I want to get that feel that I'm in that world, and then my story is, how can I try setting that mood via the adventure? So whatever it is, if it's something dark and creepy, then I start thinking, all right, how do I want this to look? How do I want to convey that feel if I played that music there? And that's one of the reasons I like listening. I want to call it like the Viking style music. Is I want something without that electronic feel or anything when I'm going back and saying, okay, let's do this. And it's the same thing if I'm going to play something from the Middle Ages. I want to hear, and I guess even though it's a little bit off, I want to hear harpsichords. I want to hear mandolins. I want to get that feel and aspect wherever I go. So if it's a dark primordial world, I want that dark primordial feel whenever I'm trying to think up my adventure. I want them to feel that it's claustrophobic, that they have to look around their back, that something's watching them. And I'll say this much. Here's the other thing that would happen to me, because I would have music playing in the background when I used to do the World of Darkness stuff. Whatever music I was listening to has now been imprinted onto me for that game. Ozzy Osbourne was a lot of what I would listen to when I was reading like Vampire and some of the other stuff. So a lot of the hard rock aspect to me brings me into the World of Darkness setting. But yeah, that's how I usually work. It's not so much that I'm setting it up as it is, like I said, The Witcher, all of this stuff. I want to do it. I like The Witcher just because that's a time frame I like to do for fantasy. It's a little bit harder not to do Star Wars because it's so well known. And if I'm going to do a sci-fi game such as, not that I've run it, but if I was going to do a game such as Traveler, it sets the wrong expectation. So while I love the music, I don't want that anyone near, because that's not the mood I want to set for that game.
Interesting, because we on Star Frontiers forum that I'm on, our Facebook group, they just had this whole discussion about what song says Star Frontiers to you. Like, and it's interesting to see different every style of music was down the page at every. So it's so subjective, but yeah.
And I love space. I love space opera. I do, but at that point, it's I love, to be fair, orchestral symphonic music because it is so grand. You're using 60 or 70 instruments or the equivalent. I get to hear violins and all of the different music aspect for that. Whereas when you listening to heavy metal, you might get 5 or 6 instruments and go, nah. And then when you're talking about Call of Cthulhu, I know it's a long time frame. I'm not a big fan of jazz, even though I think that does pull you into the setting for some of it. I would much rather have the big band sound. But you have to be careful though, because that may work. That's a little bit later era than the 1920s.
Best music for travelers, trucker music. Eastbound for Dodge.
We got a big old convoy.
That's exactly the song that came into my head.
Money for nothing.
I was just thinking like Sweet Home Alabama and just window down, arm out. It's like, yep, here we go.
Yeah, I certainly music to set the scene beforehand. I'd be totally in with that. It's just music while playing is my big no-no. And I guess it's a bit of a shame. I can't even work to music. When I'm at work, I can't have music on because I don't do any work when there's music on.
It's down to the group, the players, and the likes, and what it is that you as the DM and what your style is, and that's what I mean. Many of the discussions that you have, it boils down to what is your group, what does the DM want, what does the players align in for, and when it comes to music, I mean, I've heard some people say, I'm a DM, I'm not a DJ, so if you want music, just bring your own, speaker or whatnot and have something in the background, but I'm here to do this. And at the end of the day, it's out of everything that's done, like what the DM does in terms of conveying that is more important. I have the imagination where I will insert the music myself in my own head while I'm gaming if there is nothing else going on, because that is just how I work. I'm an absolute abomination to the humankind. But
well, you're Danish.
Hey, amongst the Scandinavians, I am the better Scandinavian.
Besides, you're counting numbers, but we can disregard that.
Excel sheets are highly important.
I'm going to ask a quick question, just from this certain aspect is, what drives the heavy metal aspect from the Scandinavian countries? Is it just the fact that you don't have light for certain times of the year?
It's a good one.
We have light like 2 months out of 12. That's a pretty good streak. I don't know why it is. I know Norway is the biggest exporter when it comes to heavy metal. It's just something that just seems to be enjoyed, but I really have no idea.
Even Scandinavian RPGs are super dark. So.
Well, I mean,
we just hates the churches and we got to burn them. Keeps
right,
worms and snakes.
All right there, Varg. Calm down.
No. He's Metalocalypse, isn't he?
It's partly Deathclock, but at the same time, like my wife is Norwegian, and when she gets angry, that is the exact voice she uses. And then I do like the Toki Deathclock voice, and she gets more angry. So, could you stop doing my voice like Deathclock's?
But also go back into like I don't know how, but somehow the Viking mythology and the general inspiration of like the very dark undertones that you have in the Viking mythology has just sort of persevered within Scandinavia. It's something that you often find. I mean, hell, I remember. Well, this is going to go on a sidetrack, but I remember as a kid, I was told the version of Hansel and Gretel where the grandmother was eaten and she did die to the wolf. Just pure and simple, that's what I grew up with. It was like, oh, okay, She dies. Cool.
I got this from my German grandma.
Yes, yes. That should teach you a lesson in life. Don't go walking into the woods.
I remember Grandma dying as well. I think.
Yeah, no, but that's that's not time anymore. Anyway, my point is, well, taking it back to music, I will have to very much strongly agree with, for example, Danheim that was mentioned before when it comes to the Viking. Like, that is gorgeous, dark Celtic or Norse mythology that you can have in the background, very throaty, very drum orientated. That can sort of go on. It's very good for setting the mood for when you need to have that sort of dark woods with thick fog, or when you're near the fjords, almost expecting the Drakas or the big Viking ships to come into the shores. But outside of that, the question really boils down to, what is it that you're running? Because the game is also going to be, it's almost going to be reflecting the music. If you play Mutants and Masterminds, I almost expect you to be pulling up, the Avengers, Superman, maybe Batman, the animated series, that sort of music in the background, because at that point you're playing superheroes.
So I've got a quick quiz for you all. There is a right answer. I want to see if anyone in chat or any of you four get it. If you're going to play a game of Call of Cthulhu, it doesn't matter what era, what is the best album to listen to en route to play that game?
I mean, Derek and the Dominoes, because he did use the N-word and then had to apologise, just like Lovecraft, but he didn't have to apologise.
That an interesting answer, but that is the wrong answer.
For some reason, I want to say Alan Parsons, but I'm not.
No. Any ideas, Elfbait? Of the four people there, I think you've mentioned the genre.
What's so jazz?
I've got no clue.
I'll come out the door. I don't care.
Before you give the answer,
play and use whatever I want.
Before you give the answer, comment section is lighting up, so you need to just go through them as well.
Okay, so we've got we've got a suggestion here of Ride the Lightning and another one of Tubular Bells. Tubular Bells, I could see working quite well.
I keep thinking Mr. Crowley from Ozzy Osbourne.
Oh no, that's right. I'm thinking of the other guy. No. Twisted Sister had some more.
Carl Orff, O Fortuna. That's very intense.
I love Carmina Burana Fortuna. I mean, I love that one, but no, that's when I want to go into battle. That's not in Call of Cthulhu. I want them to run away, not go into battle.
No.
All right,
go into battle, please. I dare you.
Well, I mean, ABBA is hardcore. One of the women from ABBA married her stalker for a while. Who the fuck would do that unless you were absolutely insane?
Wait, was that the Swedish or the Norwegian one?
There's one way to get him to stop stalking you. You marry him, and then you're there all the time.
Yeah.
And then he's
that was the Swedish one. That's fine. That's pretty normal by their standards. No, I have no idea. Come on, geek, just tell us.
Surely it's got to be a 9 Inch Nails album, The Downward Spiral.
Okay.
Any of you familiar with that album?
Yeah.
Yes.
But I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was a 90s kid trying to hit on goth women. Yes, I'm aware.
The whole point of that album is it is a descent into drugs and madness, and it talks about how his psyche is just destroyed throughout the album. And
I mean, a descent into drugs and madness is also like Fleetwood Mac. So
No, that's not so much in the songs. I mean, the songs in Fleetwood Mac, the band themselves fell apart and argued due to drugs and madness, but the songs themselves were more sort of uplifting and beautiful most of the time.
they are beautiful, but the chain is also depressing.
It's great. Yeah, true. But I mean, any album that like the self pity in songs like "Hurt," and songs like "Eraser" and "Reptile" towards the end are just, to me, are just so dark that they're perfect for Cthulhu game.
I mean, if you, and it's hard to say because I understand this, but I did enjoy the Queen of the Damned soundtrack, especially David Draymond's Forsaken. Yeah, I mean, there's certain things in there, but I don't know. And I'm going to be honest. I generally don't listen to words. As strange as that may sound, when I listen to music, I want certain feelings, and now voices can be in there, but that's one of the, as much I want to feel passion in whatever music I listen to, and I want it to really feel like they're coming from the gut and the soul. And some of them can do it, and that's why I don't like a lot of modern music too much, because it feels very formulaic and they're just parroting things. Whereas I want it to feel like they're pulling something out of their stomach that's you can feel it gut wrenching as it comes out. And that's why I do like heavy metal for that. But I also like a lot of the not that anyone. Well, what is it? Her name eludes me. I liked Nightwish for some of the stuff in there, and so I can't remember the last one. But to me, the voice is like an instrument. That's what I want to hear, and the words I can kind of just tune out. Oddly enough.
When I first listen to music, it's the feeling of the music I go for, but then I try and dissect the words afterwards, because that's what I do. But Dave Mills here he's quoted "Reptile" by Nine Inch Nails here. The lyrics: "She spreads herself wide open to let the insects in. She leaves a trail of honey to show me where she's been. Seeds from 1,000 lovers drip down from within." It's not pleasant. It really isn't pleasant. But lines like she spreads herself wide open to let the insects in, isn't that's horror. That can be used for horror. That really can.
Totally off topic, but not off topic, but as far as like good music to listen to, kind of what I said a moment ago about just listening to stuff and having words that mean something. There's a band I really like that unfortunately made it through I think 4 albums and then petered out. Switchblade Symphony. If you ever have a chance to listen to them, their front woman is like classically trained in opera, and their keyboardist is trained and studied for film and TV scoring, and then they've got like a drummer and a guitarist. But those two together, they just come up with some really haunting, creepy music that's just really hits real well. As long as you skip their second album, because I don't know what they were thinking. They're like, let's do something completely different, and then all their fans went, "What the fuck?" No! And then they're like, "Oh wait, okay, we're back. Oh, we don't want to do a band anymore." But
I'm gonna make some notes, because I've
just got their keyboardist. Her hobby is to just turn on a movie, turn the volume off, and rescore it in real time as she watches it.
So that's Switchblade Symphony. You recommend that?
Switchblade Symphony, yeah.
Okay. My nippers just signed us up for the family Spotify membership, so I intend to abuse it. I've already been using it to listen to audiobooks, so I'm going to abuse it for music. So, any of you got any recommendations? Any more recommendations for me to listen to?
Well,
this weekend?
all I'm going to say is like chat is lighting up. I should probably say goodbye soon, otherwise my lovely Norwegian wife, who is the flower of my life, will come and stomp my dick hole in.
That's fun. I found
But-
another Laverdale there. Yeah.
Oh man.
Well, no. I do have a question. Can you get her wound up so we can hear her speak like you were talking about?
No, she won't even come in. She's watching the last and shittest of the Pirates of the Caribbean movie away in a separate room. But no. Sexiest, but I have to go. But what I was going to say is, like, Trent Reznor, like, he has written some pretty grim lyrics, but I'm sure if he grew up in Rubery, then they would be even grimmer.
If he grew up in the Midlands, West Midlands. They would.
But anyway, lovely chatting with you all.
Mm-hmm.
Have a good
Yeah.
night.
Thank you for joining in.
Have a good night.
See you.
Right. Gingerbeard was doing a really good job of watching chat, which is something I'm absolutely shockingly bad at. So what have we missed in chat? What have we missed?
I think chat's very much been looking after themselves, throwing suggestions and ideas at us. I mean, outside of that, it's just been, as far as I can see, it's just been music. Oh, you look at that, more music. Oh, I know that band. That's good. More good suggestions, and that's
More
that's
good
the
reason.
whole-
If you've got any good suggestions in chat for me to just zone out to tomorrow, so I've got 4 days off work. I will be making a video or two. I will finally get that MERP video, character creation video, done, because that's the one that failed the other day. I'll attempt to do it tomorrow. But 4 days off, so I want to fill it by listening to inspirational music, to I don't know, just to come up with ideas and stuff. So but chat have been looking after themselves. So let's go on a diversion though. So we're talking about music. What's the best band you've seen in concert?
For me,
Anyone want to?
it would be Jenna Torturers.
Pardon?
Jenna Torturers.
Jenna?
Jenna Torturers, as in a contraction of genital torturers. Is the name of the band. A woman-fronted band that could give Rob Zombie every run, give him a run for his money every inch of the way.
Oh, right.
They have pregnant nuns and the devil screwing the president on stage. It's like they're just wild puppets and like fire. And they always pair up with the best opening bands, and they're super nice people. My wife and I went to see them for a New Year's show once, which they're a great band to see on New Year's or Halloween. And we're standing in line. My wife loves them more than I do, and she had a shirt that she wanted signed, and they didn't have a Sharpie, so we're here standing at the merch counter, and they stopped the merch line, didn't make her stand aside, just stood there and talked to her while somebody found them a pen.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, just the greatest people, and but just the craziest show, and so much fun. So.
I'm thinking this. Not that I've done very many concerts, but I actually enjoyed the Trans-Siberian Orchestra the most. And there were. Now I've also gone to some folk. Like when we were in Russia, and they did a little folk stuff and things like that. But that was the one I enjoyed. That was probably 20 years ago or so. Was 20? Nah, maybe. Yeah, close enough.
Sexiest, you a concert goer?
Yeah, I've gone to a few. Now, are we measuring the best concert by who we think it was, or by how hyped we got while we were there?
Best concert is entirely subjective, so
Right.
whatever measure you want.
All right, I'll. So the one that I went to, that was the biggest, was Linkin Park, which was great. The one that got me the most hyped was Infected Mushroom, which is psychedelic trance. Best way to describe the music is you want to light a chair. Yeah, well, it's weird. Their music makes me want to take a chair, douse it in gasoline, and throw it out the window. Like that's how hyperactive I get from listening to their music. So went to their concert. Fantastic idea, terrible event for everyone else because I was just flailing all over the place.
Best concert for me. I saw Nirvana headline the Reading Festival in 1992. Technically, they were completely off their faces. Technically, they sounded appalling. It didn't matter one bit because there was 20,000 people knee deep in mud in the mosh pit. Basically, one big massive mosh pit, 20,000 people deep, and we were just swimming in mud the whole time, and it was just the atmosphere was just absolutely insane. But the biggest band I've ever seen is probably Radiohead. However, there's a story attached to that. We went to see a little Irish band called the Sultans of Ping FC, who were a pop punk band in a pub in Leeds in 1991, 92, and Radiohead were their support band. There were 50 people there. We were drunk. We were there to see Sultans of Ping FC, who were a bouncy pop punk band. So we threw plastic glasses at Radiohead because they were morose and boring. And it was reported in the English music press the next week that up and coming band Radiohead were glassed off stage at a gig in Leeds. And that was me and my mates throwing plastic glasses and plastic bottles at them for about half an hour. So, oh dear, oh well. But no, I've seen Nine Inch Nails a few times. Seen Sisters of Mercy, The Cure, see Tool recently. That generally quite intense performances.
Frontline Assembly was a good live show. Frontline Assembly, they were a good live show.
I think we are going very far away from how this is related to role-playing games.
I think we are, yes.
Yes, would you look at that? I am steering us back in now. When it comes to... we've talked about the music and the inspiration for... and how it inspires us for writing, but when you draw the inspiration out, what do you find that certain genres, certain songs, or certain albums guide you towards a specific type of games, like intrigue, combat, what's it called, puzzles, dungeon delving, overland, courtly discussions, gossip, immersions? Do you find that you've got certain bands or certain types of music that helps guide you in a specific way or for a specific kind of game, or do you've got anything that sort of that pinpoints what you want to get inspired to do?
Difficult. I certainly listen to music that suits the tone of a game, I think. But I generally run darker games and generally tend to play darker characters, which is why I feel sometimes that my taste in music and my gaming preferences are very much linked, because the music I like is dark. I don't know. I mean, when I ran that Paranoia scenario, for example, I listened. I brushed up on suitable hits from the 80s that I could just pull into the game that I thought everybody would know, that was sing along and catchy. And yes, some of the pop culture references the music I referred to was off the cuff, but some of it was planned, and some of it helped guide me in how the game was going to go. I had planned to chant war, what is it good for, the moment it all kicked off, because but in terms of style of game, I don't know. I certainly think that the next time I run sort of Victorian or early 20th century Cthulhu, I will listen to Red Right Hand by Nick Cave, but that may be just because it's tied in with Peaky Blinders, and that sort of links to that whole genre very well. Plus, it's a great record. But what do you listen to when you go to different genres?
So when my Sunday game is high fantasy, I go for Rhapsody of Fire because it is high fantasy. It is about crystal shards, mighty demons, people going out saving the kingdoms, that sort of thing. So it helps sort of get that sort of mood going in for it. My second edition game, I listen to things like Sabaton, where it is typically inspired by history and talking about the grim realities of the various conflicts that we had throughout the ages, because I run my second edition quite close to, again, D&D being D&D. When you get high enough level, it becomes high fantasy, but I keep the tone serious and deadly, with the possibility that even a lowly character, a lowly NPC, can still slip you poison. They can still, if there's enough of them, they can gang up on you. And as a group, we've agreed coup de grace is just an automatic kill. That's it. There's no saves. There's no nothing. So the game of death is always on the table for players. So that's what I go for when it comes to Strahd. Oddly enough, I go looking for like Eastern European doom music. Just music I don't know, but it sounds depressing. Just utterly unhappy.
Slavic folk music would.
No, not the folk music. I want like the doom music. I want the sensation of doom. They're singing about it's shit. It's gonna stay shit. You just gotta get used to it, because that is Barovia. It is shit. It's not gonna get better. You're going to be unhappy. It's going to grind you down. The only moments of happiness are the ones where you do a small good deed in your immediate vicinity. You can't change the world. The world is set in stone.
I guess I'm way too inspirational because I never it's set in stone. No, it's never set in stone. You're the heroes. You're going to eventually beat Strahd, but I agree with you on that. It's probably going to take you about 15 levels. So it's going to be a long time for that.
I mean, it depends on how you want to run Strahd, Ravenloft, the whole thing.
Yes.
But for me, it very much boils down to, let's just take that they defeat him. Okay, well, I run with the idea of Ravenloft is like the Flying Dutchman. There must always be a captain. And if the players refuse it, well, then Strahd comes back. If someone takes his place, well, it may take hundreds of years, it may take 1,000 years, but that person will grind down and become the next Dark Lord. And that's a sacrifice someone is going to have to make. And again, for Ravenloft specifically, that's the kind of setting, it's sort of environment that funnels in for you to bring these sort of feelings to the players. It is for them to look around and go, like, we are going to do bad, we are potentially going to be doing bad things, or we're going to have to find comfort in the small things that we can do, and ultimately we're going to have to look at the sacrifices we're going to have to do. And for me, go on.
I'm going to bring this up because we had the wrong adventuring party for last time I played Ravenloft. Admittedly, this was 30 years ago. We had two bard acrobats. Two halfling thief acrobats or bard acrobat. I think one was a bard, one was a thief. And for second edition, that completely ruined the whole feeling for the game. It wasn't even intentional. It was just the if we played in character, that's exactly what happened. But and part of me goes, because I remember the old, was it i6, the original Ravenloft module, and I did like Ravenloft a lot, was that if you could kill off whoever was there and someone didn't bring them back in, it kind of felt like you could rescue those players. Not the players, but the NPCs in the world out of that one, but there was always going to be a Ravenloft realm of some kind, with different, what was it, 16, 17 different lords. I can't remember how many lords they had, which were all going to go in there. So just because you break off one small section of that and free them from the Ravenloft realm, there was always something, there was always going to be a Ravenloft realm no matter what. That was the way I felt for that. But whenever we're talking about music, if I'm playing Conan, you're going to get the Conan soundtrack. That's just flat out. If you're going to play Symbaroum, I like Danheim and several of these other ones. And I think there's, the Dune. I still like the old Dune soundtrack. But Hans Zimmer, to me, is the one I really like to listen to for somewhat epic, sweeping events. I like the music for that. No matter where I am, I can usually pick a Hans Zimmer film somewhere in there. And Basil Padoris, of course, is the other one that I really enjoy for those music. But yeah, I have to agree with you. But it's hard. What kind of players are you playing with? And there are times that I've gone over as a DM and I said, you know what? Your character does not fit the theme for this game. I need you to roll up another one. Just because they don't match for whatever reason. And it's not even that the character's playing it badly. It's just you're not meshing. It doesn't work with the world. It doesn't work with the group. Could you create a different character, and we'll go from there.
So for Ravenloft, I mean, my personal choice, if I was going to run Ravenloft, I would listen to the two Cure albums, Faith and Pornography. I don't know if you're familiar with those at all. But the opening lyric of the Pornography album is, "It doesn't matter if we all die." It just sums up the sense of absolute desperation that's in a lot of the songs. Song titles on Faith are things like "The Funeral Party," "The Holy Hour," "Doubt," "The Drowning Man." It just gives you.
Go on.
It just gives that. It's that whole sense of sort of like claustrophobic desperation running through a lot of the songs. So I think would suit Ravenloft.
But there are certain.
Step out, guys. See you later.
Right. Bye.
Cheers.
That's good.
All right, take care.
But I often find that the setting almost set the dictation of what is required when it comes to the music, at least for the established ones that we have for D&D, like Ravenloft. As we are almost universally agreeing, it's a dark, grim, unhappy place. Sure, you can have moments of heroism, and sure, you can, overcome things, but the mood is meant to be oppressive and it's meant to be challenging. Whereas if we pulled out, let's say, like Forgotten Realms, and you're looking at very high fantasy, you're looking at, things that would be suiting, the more, sometimes the more lighthearted nature of it. Dragonlance would be more. Go on.
Forgotten Realms, never-ending story. There you go.
That would be an easy way of going it, because it's continuous and it's always ongoing. Dragonlance would definitely be, from my point of view, you're looking at definitely anything that's high fantasy inspired, metal, because it's all about dragons, extremely high fantasy, all these different things and crystals and God knows what else, and so on and so on. If the world is established and if the world has a preordained setting and mood, like especially the mood, that is what is often going to do it. When I ran Vampire the Masquerades, the thing that I would often go for would be, well, we played it in the 90s, so I'd be going for late 80s, early 90s music, and sort of feed that in. And when I played in Vampire the Masquerade, and if it was in the 90s, I would always have my characters specifically say, I put on music from the 60s or the 70s, because that's when that character was born and grew up, because he had to spend X amount of years training to become a vampire. So he would not be from the 90s specifically, he would be from a much earlier generation and be playing, I don't know, like I usually just open up YouTube and go, Vietnam War, you know, and then just any music that comes from there. That's what I'd be referencing as a player.
I think that's really good. Of course, I like older. If it's for the vampires, I go, okay, I want Ring of the Nibelung, or the various, I guess you want to call them operas and things like that. So you're going 17, 1800s just for that reason. Some of the ones that otherwise it just felt kind of jarring, oddly enough, is I'd rather play very old or fairly new for vampire. I didn't like those that were like 50 years old. I was like, oh, okay. But I think the other part, the one that I like listening to, depending on what it is Heelung. I enjoy listening to them for some of the dark stuff as well, because I kind of like the voice chants and things like that. But I do think when we're talking about Ravenloft, I kind of like a lighter tone, because you can really offset that, like, you know, Little Weddings and things like that, because you get that feeling that it's kind of picturesque with a very dark, ominous tone over it. It's almost like in having little kids play right in the playground right before you see the tornadoes coming in with this big storm rolling in. I kind of like that, where you have that dichotomy of both lighthearted happiness with this ominous, oppressive atmosphere coming in.
Right.
I mean, I haven't played many games where I would bring music into the role playing, apart from one modern day Call of Cthulhu scenario, and I was playing a reformed, allegedly, football hooligan who just got out of prison, and it was an absolute thug. And I role played him as if he'd taken one cassette tape of his favorite album into prison with him, because he was allowed to, and he'd played the tape to death, but it was still all he listened to. So he'd be like, "Yeah, I'll do your dinner if you want. I've got beans and I've got bread. You like beans on toast, yeah? You do like beans on toast, don't you? Yeah. Got a can of lager? I'll share that with you, because I'm a kind soul. Can't afford any more. I'll put some music on. Stone Roses, best band ever. You like the Stone Roses, don't you? You like the fucking Stone Roses, don't you? Yeah. Got me through prison. They did." And I would role play as if the tape was dying and was breaking in places and all that sort of stuff. But that's how I played the whole. That's about the only time I've ever really referred to music with a character. But
Yeah,
I quite enjoyed playing him.
yeah.
He turned out to have a bit of a heart of gold. He was a bit of a hero in the end. He helped win the day for the good guys, even though he was a bit of a nutter. Right. I'll mess a few people up.
I mean, when I did music when I played, specifically referring back to when I did Vampire the Masquerade, I played a Bruja who was a soldier during the Vietnam War, and music was a big thing for him because effectively the war gave him PTSD, and that is a mechanical penalty in Vampire the Masquerade. And to top it off, the Bruja clan, which are a group of vampires that are very easily angered. They go into rages very quickly. Once you start adding PTSD on top of that, it gets even easier. So my character was a known grenade amongst even the most hot-headed members of the clan. So he would have to have his music with him, because that is just the thing he would have to use to soothe himself down and to sort of not have war flashbacks to suddenly go full Rambo.
I'm just thinking, how fast did you lose humanity? That was
that was not the problem. The problem was I was quicker to actually get threatened with exile and death because during one of the events, we discovered a Sabbat, what's it called, like cell within the Camarilla that was producing drugs and creating, was it like 13th or 5th or 14th generation vampires, really weak vampires that was basically half vampires. And my character and the players, we were going in to basically get rid of them. My character went auto berserk and thought that an airstrike was coming in on the area, and he was thinking the enemy, the Sabbat, was the Viet Cong. So he went apeshit on that, but in the process of doing that, he actually killed an NPC vampire, which is a big no-no in that game. You're not meant to. Vampires do not kill each other, at least not amongst the Camarilla, that specific faction. So I was quicker at getting executed than I was at losing humanity.
Okay. Well, what are they called for sabbats? Coteries or coterie?
So the general term, for the Camarilla, it's coteries are basically when you've got the group of players. That's the easiest way of putting them together. A coterie assembled by the prince of a place. Not that that's important for the conversation, but our coterie just ended up.
No, I was trying to remember what the Sabbat version was, because they were all generally had the I had all the books, so I remember, and but and I always wondered how that would work, because if you're getting these vampires, like you said, they bury them in the ground and they dig their way out, and then they're in complete frenzy. Is how that would work out with humanity. Our players didn't deal with that. I played a Toreador, and so I was always fascinated by whatever was around that was really pretty.
I do like Vampire Masquerade, but that's because the focus is heavily on it. No, but Vampire Masquerade is heavily focused on the role playing, because from the very beginning, you don't, like, when you make your character, you have to look at them first as a human, and then you build it up from there. And then that's where I looked at my character, the Bruja, and basically went, music is a big thing for him, because the center around his character is that he's a war veteran. He was specifically part of this unit who went out and did these things, and that's why he's got a certain phobia of water, of these things, and these things will trigger him, and that's why he's using music to sort of compensate, because the radio and the music back then, the LP, the big LPs, was something that he would treasure and try to get himself through the draft at the time. But it's for me, it's fun, the setting. Go on.
I mean, I came in from, I remember going into the local game store where I was, which is really big for where I was. A lot of the game stores I went to, it was like, oh, there are 30,000 people here in the town. So we could only find some of the games. But boy, when Vampire the Masquerade came about, I said, well, this is completely different, because the fact that humanity could be lost and it was so hard to regain is it kind of forced players not to play even if they went into a combat monster, that limited them in many ways. And I enjoyed that aspect. Though of all the systems in that, I probably enjoyed Mage the best. But no, I agree with you on the vampires that really focus more on trying to keep and hold your humanity as you were slowly spiraling down to becoming a true inhuman monster.
Well, yeah, I mean, when I ran it, music was a big part of it, at least in terms of the ambience, because we were playing in the 90s. We were playing specifically in the city of Detroit, which we had turned the official canon around to make it a contested city. So music was a big thing, to the point of where we would almost try to have specific soundtracks in the background for when you went to different places. Like if you went to the meeting areas of the vampires, well, that's where we're now going to have this kind of music, this sort of because it was run by really old vampires, you'd have very much classical places. There was a place to be civilized, human, that sort of thing. When you went to the more rougher part of the area, you would have, background, rap, or that sort of, what's called ambience going on. So it was sort of played in that sense. Again, bringing it back into music for what we're trying to do. Similarly, so the fantasy is a bit harder to do, because you don't have necessarily distinct music types you can easily bring in. But what I do try to bring in is the different ambience, tones, Specifically, if you're going to the more rougher area, that's usually going to be in my games located around the piers, because the piers and the ports, there's going to be a lot of like shady organizations going on there, and these organizations are going to get territorial. So I put a much more dark and much more spinglier. I like high pitched what's called violin music every so often to sort of like bring in the idea of tension, that you're really walking a fine thread that I want the players to almost feel when they are in such environments, because this is it's an ecology that has taken years to develop through blood, sweat, and bribery between the different organizations. And you, as an outsider, you're walking in, like everyone is going to watch you because you can upset the balance. If the balance is upset, that means guild wars, it means trade wars, it means, cold wars. It can get nasty, and that's something that the players often overlook, because players can be players, but with music, the sense of dread and tension can often be added in with music. I find, again, I know you, John, it's a bit different for you, but at the same time, it's something that can be emphasized when the DM talks about you walking down the street. Everyone looks at you. I don't know about everyone here, but I like attention, but I like the proper kind of attention, not the side looked ones.
Well, sorry, just when you talk about Vampire, I enjoyed the cellos that they used for Dark Knight. Yes, I mean the instruments. I just love the cello, just because that always sounds dark and deep, and you don't need a lot of other instruments. But that was the one that I was thinking of when you're talking about Vampire. And then the other part I remember going very well is the soundtrack for The Matrix as well. Those were the two that really get that epitomized for me Vampire for the most part. Mm-hmm. Sorry about that, John.
That's all right. That's all right. Just replying to a quote. I mean, I obviously, as I said, I don't play music in the background so much, but if I'm running a game, I do drop in musical references if I think they're apt to the setting. One of my, I don't know if it's not one of my most watched reviews on my channel, but I have got banged on about it a few times, and that's the Call of Cthulhu scenario, Forget Me Not. And there was a point in that scenario where they need to be towed back to town by a tow truck driver, and I wanted to emphasize the fact that it was a real sort of Hicksville backwater type place, sort of, and they got in the truck, and if I'm just gonna do my role play thing now and try and do the accent. It was like, howdy, what kind of music you like? I got Kenny Rogers. I'll put some Kenny Rogers on. Bit of Gambler. So I had them all singing along to the Gambler, just using Kenny Rogers as an obvious country and western trope to just show off that it's stereotypical middle of nowhere American town where so us British players could picture that town. And I had my players singing along to the Gambler, and you can use music in that sense because it's a song that everyone knows.
Well, there's that one, Old Bluegrass, if you're up in the Appalachians. That's always good. I actually like, probably if you're going to do Jimmy Dean or what is it, Donnie Horton, if you're going to be doing country music.
I don't know many of these.
Well, to be fair, I actually grew up on country initially, and I didn't get into heavy metal until my late teens, early 20s. And that's some of it just has to do with where I was in life, which when you feel dark, you want to listen to dark music so you can get that feeling out. And so a lot of songs haven't been burned out of me because they're not overplayed for heavy metal. So I'll go back and listen to them like, oh, I enjoy this one, but not everything. And that's better. But boy, I hate, which even if they're great songs, my son was going, don't you love the Beatles, Dad? I hate the Beatles. I've been listening to Beatles for nearly 50 years. I am tired of them.
Same here. I will admit, same here. My parents played them all the time. I can't. I had a girlfriend who was into the Beatles, and I was like, no. That's 20 years. All I've had played is bloody Beatles.
Stairway to Heaven. No, I don't want to listen to it anymore. I don't want to listen to most of the commonly played 70s songs. They were overplayed. Sorry.
It's just too slow. It's simple enough for me. Like, it's just too slow. I need something more oomph, more quicker, more bassy, more drums, more everything. Just pick up the goddamn pace. I mean, there is classical music that is more temperamental than this, and that's what I go for, because I am. This is the kind of weirdo I am, everyone. I need something to really sort of inject into my veins, like just crack cocaine, just get me going. Rob Ford all the way.
I still like Moonlight Sonata. That's because there's sometimes if something seems very controlled and slow, again, that comes back to that cello aspect, you can really feel it. Whereas if something's too fast, sometimes like, oh, okay, but I want to feel the extremes. I don't want the middle of the road, I feel numb. Don't numb me with your music. You better get something out there so I feel something one way or the other. So anyway.
I will say I can't sing, but my dad performs in pubs as Johnny No Cash. So country fans, I have a father who can sing like Johnny Cash. Well, sort of. He obviously nobody can sing quite like Johnny Cash, but he does he gives it a damn good go. But
I'm going to get hatred for this one. I hate saying this. Well, I don't hate saying it, but Johnny Cash and Hurt was far better than Trent Reznor in the same song. I know that he wrote it, but damn it, if Johnny Cash did it, he was going to take that and own it.
I love them both. I think that to me they are both different songs.
I fully agree with that.
I think they are both wonderful. I think they both have a place. I've seen Trent Reznor perform it live twice, and it is the most intense experience. Obviously, I never saw Johnny Cash perform it because he was very ill by the time he even recorded it. I would have loved to have seen that, because I think Johnny Cash's version is absolutely outstanding. It's it's possibly the greatest cover ever. And I love them both. I don't want to say which one I prefer. I don't prefer either of them. I think they're both wonderful.
Well, the same thing with and I'm not a big Tears for Fears fan. What was the one that they did?
The one that got overplayed was Everybody Wants to Rule the World.
This was the one that was done in the Donnie Darko movie.
Oh, yes, Mad World.
Yes. I well, the same thing that I feel when you're talking about that is I still enjoy a little bit different was the Land of Confusion. I like both Genesis and Disturbed's version.
Yeah. I think they're both fantastic as well. And and the cover of Mad World and the original Tears for Fears Mad World, both beautiful records, beautiful songs. We're moving away from gaming yet again, as we always do. I'm sorry, this is due to me talking about. I do have to run.
Yep.
I do have to run Forget Me Not again at some point, because I still think it is my favorite scenario. That's the one I used the Kenny Rogers thing in. It's my favorite scenario for any game system that I've ever run. So I'd love to set up a game of Forget Me Not for anyone who's listening, anyone who's watching, anyone who's taking part. Ever want to play that, just say in the channel, and I will happily run that again, because it is the most magnificent scenario. And I promise you will hear me sing Kenny Rogers at some point.
No, which system is that?
It's Call of Cthulhu.
Okay.
It's Call of Cthulhu.
Okay, if you want some other country songs from the old days, I also like what is it with Jimmy Dean and Big John.
Big Bad John. I know that one.
Yes.
Yes, I know that one. I know the devil went down to Georgia as well.
Yes. Well, Johnny Horton was from the 50s, and then the other one is, if you want something a little bit more lighthearted, is the try to remember the problem is I'm thinking of the wrong ones. Is the, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? I really do enjoy that bluegrass.
I don't know it.
You probably know it, you just don't realize it because they had the it's the Man of Constant Sorrow. It was from a movie as well. It's okay. It was from a movie that was by the Coen brothers.
I don't think Robbie Mack heard the start of the. Others have disagreed, and others have already said. I mean, Saxiest has said he likes various music, but as far as I'm concerned, there's no good background music. So stop it now. There's no good background music for any system, but others have already said that they use background music. So.
Yeah, but it's down to everyone having different taste for what they want out of their games, and that's just how we do it. I mean,
yes.
Well, and again, like you were saying, is if you're in a certain setting, boy, putting music in that represents that setting helps so much. And again, like you said, you don't have to do it. You can just play a little bit in there during an interlude and go, okay, guys, we're going to be switching scenes. You just put that song on for a minute or so and then turn it off and then you get going.
I'll be okay with that. I'll be absolutely fine with that.
Yeah.
It's just that while I'm trying to role play buying armor from the local blacksmith or whatever,
it's got to serve a purpose. Like that's the one thing I probably didn't stress enough. Is like music has got to serve a purpose when it is used. If you're out buying armor, I would never in a million years play any like that. I mean proper music, not ambient music, just proper music. For that, like there's got to be a purpose to it. If you're in a tavern and a specific, like let's take the Forgotten Realms, because there's a specific tavern where there is a ghost of an elf that sings hauntingly. I would try and go out and find any form of like opera or like very high noted song that you could put out there for the players to listen to, have that eerie feeling of a creature that is dead but trying to express her love for someone that she lived with but outlived.
Well, I'm going to get these names wrong just because I'm bad at mispronouncing everyone. But what is it? Inya? It does a good job for that. Irish music to me with the singers helps a lot for exactly what you were describing. Every time I hear Irish, I'm thinking, all right, we're going to get someone that's ethereal.
My point is like that music has got to serve for something, because often what music is trying to do, which is what you've been describing, John, it is to evoke some form of feeling of thought or provocation, and that can be used as a tool for that exactly. Whether it is the lyrics from a song that is trying to describe something terrible and haunting and deep, or it is the symbol symphony of an orchestra or of a specific piece to evoke certain emotions. That can be used just for that, and even if it's just briefly to expose the place to that, to sort of help set that mood, that can be used
for haunting and emotional. Have you heard much by Portishead?
I know.
No, I have not.
Talking about an ethereal lead singer, Beth Gibbons, the lead singer of Portishead, has got. Also, there's another band called. Why can't I remember? Cocteau Twins. Have you heard of the Cocteau Twins?
No.
I'm terrible for a lot of things.
They're both British bands, but Portishead are from Bristol. They're named after Portishead in Bristol, which is where I know Saxiest sort of lives in that sort of area. And they had they were a genre called trip hop, which is a very sort of spaced out sort of. There's a bit of scratching and a bit of sampling going on, but they've got these sort of lazy instruments going on behind them, guitar and bass, drums played properly, and all. But they've got a guy who is doing the mixing, whatever, and the lead singer has got the most beautifully haunting voice. She did have before she smoked it to pieces. But songs like "Wandering Star" and "Sour Times," her voice just sort of it drifts, and it drifts beautifully. If you like ethereal stuff, you might enjoy that. And Robbie Mack has mentioned. I've just clicked on the one. There we are. Cocteau Twins. There you are. Cocteau Twins are amazing. Pearly Dewdrops Drops by Cocteau Twins. Have a listen to that. Mm-hmm. Try and work out what she's saying. You can't, because she's speaking her own language. And she's made it up. Well, she sings real words, but she changes all the inflections on the words so that you can't make out what she's saying. But her voice just sort of goes. It's just beautiful. It's just beautiful.
I mean, there is a German band that does pagan music called, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right, Elovietti. And they are bringing back the old, not Gaul, but like old Germanic language when they sing. The singer has specifically sort of like educated himself in how they would speak in old Germany, before the Roman times, and he's sort of trying to bring that back, and that's a big inspiration for them, and that is typically something that I like to listen to. I mean, I did what's called a short, like mini campaign, specifically set where the players were Germanic, Scandinavian, and I would sort of use that for me as an inspiration to sort of get the whole Germanic Viking inspiration sort of going for that. But it's also a nice way to sort of tell players, like, okay, if you want to know what you speak or how you sound like to a foreigner, here you go. This is how you can now you can sort of picture what you sound like. And I'm going to move over towards movies now. If you've watched Vikings, specifically season 1, one of the things that they did very closely before they went into full English for everything, they would have the actors speak in old Icelandic or old Scandinavian, and the English actors would then have to be taught in what was predated English before it was more what we can know today. It was starkly contrasting, but it was also to show that there is language barriers. Which is, again, to bring that back to music, some bands don't exactly do it in English, which is what most of us listen to, I assume. But sometimes going out and saying, I want to listen to, I don't know, Russian folk music to get into this mood, or I want to listen to something that is Middle Eastern or Arabian inspired because I'm going to be running something like that. That is actually a part of the buy-in when you run campaigns like that, and telling the players, no, listen, this is the music, this is the tone, have a listen to this, because then that can help you get a picture of when I describe things. Now, whether you're playing it during the game or not, that's not really important. The important thing is that you're trying to convey that sort of environmental feeling to the players.
Speaking of which, just to set the mood, if you really want to change your mood, just go put on the Alien CD soundtrack or the Alien soundtrack, turn off all the lights, and all of a sudden you're like, well, maybe I don't want to go into the, this room by myself. That was one I've enjoyed listening to in some ways, but that is that's one I think that really helps from the background aspect for players to really get them focused in there, because you have the RPG for that, but you also have the music for it. So anyone that's seen both really, or has playing in the RPG and seeing the movie, then that really helps. And it is kind of depressing no matter what. There's just some of that in there, but I like that tension building for that. But I agree with you on the folk music, because I as much as I love space, it's hard for me to get into or find a very good, I won't say interstellar RPG, because for science fiction, if I'm going to be playing Shadowrun or Cyberpunk, just bring out the heavy metal and you're good. But for those others, you're going, okay, what do I want to do, and how do I want to give that vastness in the world without bringing players out of the game? Because all too often is, if you're playing the music and the players know it from a specific movie or game, that will actually bring them out of whatever mood you're trying to set, because they're more focused on that than whatever you're playing. And I think that's the danger for some of the music.
I mean, as I've said, I mean, if I'm playing a game, music takes me out of the game while playing, but I'm all for getting something of the right genre beforehand, or listening to it while driving to the game, or what have you, because music, it invokes it. I mean, I don't know if I have heard that with people with my condition, it's the senses that music invokes are stronger, which might be why I do feel quite a lot of sensations from music. I don't know, I'm rambling. I have drunk half a bottle of port during this stream, which it's the first time I've ever sat and drank during a stream. It is a Friday night. It's not a school night, so I'm allowed to. But no, the sensations from music certainly do help prepare me for a game. They help inspire me to write stuff for a game. They help me to prepare mentally as a DM and a player. It's just the issue with, and I wish I could get over it, the issue of actually playing a game with music going on to help the mood. I just can't get over it, unfortunately.
Well, it's fine. Listen, you've got your preferences, you've got what you know you like, and there you go. I mean, it's better for you to be upfront with any other DM to say, like, this is me. If you go another way, that's fine. It just means I don't want to go that way. And here we are.
It's sadly more than a preference. It's a requirement.
Like, well, again, this is, yeah, but a requirement to you is a preference to me. Like, you are gonna turn around and say, well, I need this. I will turn around and go, well, it's not my style. So go. The taste is just different, and we'll go different ways. Now, do I need music when I run my games? No. I will definitely take you into the dark places. I will drag you into, because I just need words. Somehow I can inspire players to enjoy where they willingly go to. Because I don't force them to go to places. They go there themselves willingly. I don't do things. It's them.
Well, I'm going to say this, Sexiest, you have the voice and the pacing. The pacing makes the big difference. I mean, I tend to be a bit hyper, so I tend to go through very quickly. But you have that pacing to really slow it down and get them into that mood, just by the way that you're talking now. Now, maybe that's because you're speaking a non-native language, so you have to slow down.
It depends. Like
I've told Sexiest before. He looks nothing like he sounds. He sounds nothing like a 29-year-old. He sounds. You sound older, and do you run any games online, or is it all face to face?
Both.
So I've not seen you run any games online. I've not seen you advertise any games online, and I would join one of your games in an instant because I think you, as Omanal just said, I think you have the voice to, and the pacing and everything for it to specifically for it to work online, because you need that sort of you need to be able to evoke that sort of atmosphere.
Yeah. Yes. At the moment, I've got 2 games online that is dedicated. One of them is a group that I've played with for 5+ years. So
Yeah.
they're like CDs. I'm not getting rid of them. Simple as.
Well, if you ever get a spare space or you want a guest player for a session, I will fight you, Omanal, for that.
we will get to that. But yeah, no, we'll see where life takes me. But you live somewhere within the same country, so who knows? We might be able to get the UK citizens together. I don't mind traveling. I just need to know where, when, what time, and what system. And oh, look, I'm there. Oh shit, you're not getting rid of me now.
Well,
Well, I'm sure that can be arranged.
I mean, I have to laugh because, living in Texas, it's like the 3-hour range is probably as big as the country that you guys are in almost. I mean, I'm like, oh, okay, we'll go. All right, if you're within 150 miles and you're going, all right, that's, very different aspect.
Yeah, but you live in a much bigger continent. We live in an island that's the size of Florida. So, come see, come saw.
Well, to be fair, most Americans don't understand how big the U.S. is because you hop on a plane, after a few hours, you're magically in whatever destination you're in. To drive the country is a whole other experience.
It's no different in Europe. I'm telling you right now. I work in freight forwarding and with truckers. Most people think that just because they loaded it on a truck, it's going to magically appear in fucking Czech Republic the next day. It's like, no, that's not how it works.
Yeah, I mean, I've lived in Europe for a few years, and I did a little bit of traveling, and it's people just forget how vast distances are, let alone if you have to do it by foot. And that's probably the more amazing things when you look at the Crusades. You went from where to where in how long?
Look at what King Harold II did in 1066, March 200 plus miles in about a week.
I mean,
10 days.
That's amazing even from a modern day standpoint for soldiers on foot. I mean, what is that one that they have? I think it's a 4-day. It's what the military does. They have like a 4-day march of 25 miles each, and that's 25 miles each day. And I'm like, and you're talking 200 miles in 7 or 8. I mean, that's amazing.
And then
it's all done without music. That's the worst part. Like, my God, can you imagine doing any of this without music? Like having your headphones on, your earplugs off, like high tempo. Like at least you can try to match the BPMs at that point. But no, all you have is just some guy behind you going, you got to go quicker because the guy behind me is telling me to go quicker, and you've got to go quicker now.
And as soon as you get there, you're going to have to fight.
Yeah, well,
they nearly won the Battle of Hastings. They nearly won it, having marched all that way.
Oh,
then they lost.
Okay, so there are many more things that people overlook about the Battle of Hastings, so we're going to get historical now. The Vikings that arrived and just went, it's a lovely day. We haven't had days like this in Norway, Sweden, Denmark. Let's take off all of our heavy armor. Let's not send out the scouts. Let's just lay in the grass and just chill. And yeah, that's sort of what happens. And then
damn it, Harold! Oh damn it, Harold! We'll fight him now. But then Harold won that fight and then marched to got news that William had landed and had to march all the way down to Hastings and fought the Battle of Hastings.
Mind you, battle, yeah.
I mean,
go on.
Oh no! You're bringing that up. I just reading stuff in the Revolutionary War where they're going through swamps and traveling through there, and you're going, it's 40 degrees, and they're in their water up to their waist, and you're going, how in the world? I mean, I hate saying this. We have grown very, very soft compared to our ancestors of even a couple of 100 years ago on what they would go through. Let alone I mean, just looking at what they had to do in World War One, or even hearing things of the Korean War, just the sheer cold and everything else, and people going, "Oh, it's too hot. It's 90 degrees, or what is it, about 30 Celsius out there, or sorry, 35 Celsius." Like, "Oh, that's too hot." I'm going, "Really?" I mean, I have went out surveying when it's almost 40 degrees Celsius out here in Texas. I mean, we're out there all day.
I don't care that we were off the rails, but I'm actually going to add to this. So, one thing that I do, and I don't have my paperwork with me right now because I'm in a different room, I keep track of the record of the weather in my games very strictly. And in my second edition games, there's been a major event where the Yonti snake people did a ritual, and snake people are cold-blooded, so they need heat to stay active. They did a level 10 casting level ritual where they were trying to permanently heat up the world, and the players had to endure the temperatures going from 22 degrees Celsius to 38 to 45 degrees Celsius every day.
For Americans, that's about 70 to 90 to 120-ish.
That's higher than, it's ridiculous.
Well, and having been in Iraq and Afghanistan, it gets up to those temperatures. I mean, and it's funny because I joked about it for like being in Texas. Going to Iraq was north of where I live. But people forget about that in the desert, like you're saying. Of course, that reminds me of, were you trying to turn the world into a dark sun from there?
Fuck off.
Oh, come on. You're burning away the oceans. You're turning it into a desert.
Listen, I will happily sit down and play the Death Corp of Krieg in an only war campaign and be happy with the attrition war and rolling up 15, 20, 30 characters over the Dark Sun, because at least I know with all of the deaths in the Death Corp, there's gonna be a point to it. But Dark Sun is just fucking misery. Like, I'm sadistic. I can take the pain. Don't get me wrong. But there's just a point of where it's like, where is the fun in this? Where is the purpose? Where is, like, I'm really looking. Like, where's the microscope? I can't find it.
What music suits Dark Sun?
Lawrence of Arabia is part of my gut feeling, but no, that's
I'm going to say Ministry, an industrial band, NWO, New World Order.
I almost want to go screamo, just anything that screams, just pain. That's what it is.
I wouldn't even do music for that. I think just the sound of the wind blowing, where you make it sound like it's hot and oppressive. I think that's plenty. Dune would work really well. I think, the stuff that's going on for some of that. It's just you just want to get the feeling that the players are going to be oppressed in that whole thing, and I'm sure that inspired a lot of it. But
Dark Sun was a different setting, and the reason why I don't like Dark Sun is because that I don't like psionics. So the system doesn't appeal to me. The world does not appeal to me. So that's a major reason for why I get turned off by it. But I prefer to just turn psionic creatures into magical creatures. That's a preference thing, though.
I agree with you. Well, I think the problem was the mechanics were different, like you said. It would be better just to make them spells and say, hey, these are psionics. That would have been a lot easier. I agree with you from that standpoint. I do think that, and I've talked about this before, when I had a Monty Hall campaign just a few years previously, and I got so turned off by the high fantasy that when you went to Dark Sun, you went, oh, you don't have metal armor. That was, it was, for me, that was what really appealed to it, is going, if I say, oh, you found a steel sword, that was as good as magical. You didn't You didn't need to go for the +1, +2 to feel it.
See, I don't mind psionics in the hands of alien creatures, like you might, like a proper mind flayer, not the Forgotten Realms who've normalized mind flayers, but something like in Vault of the Drow in AD&D, where they were a truly frightening alien species, and having psionics as a completely different mechanic in there, I think works fine. Because it is something so very different, and it evokes something very different.
I can definitely agree with that. I mean, the most psionic creatures I've recently used were the aboleth, and that they are one of the more psionic creatures that exist. But because of, again, my stance on psionics, and fuck it, we're way off track at this point. But I had played up the Yonti because I'd seen a specific short movie where reptilian creatures had come and invaded Earth, and they were heating it up, and they were psionic. And if a human and one of these reptilians made eye contact, the reptilian could take over their mind by psionic powers and control their nerve system, allowing them to turn around, shoot themselves, basically control them like puppets. And that's how I portrayed the Yonti. But I made the aboleths to be these war machines of mind-controlling horrors, these creatures that would come into an area and just pollute the most basic thing that every life needs, which is water. If the water that you drain is that you drink is suddenly a polluted thing that infiltrates your mind and makes you a slave to an aboleth, that's terrifying, because all of a sudden you've got entire communities being turned against the county or the country. So it was this sort of deeper level play that I wanted to go in for it, and horror was a big thing of it. Funnily enough, because the Yonti does not see humans as creatures. Body horror was also a big thing because they will do whatever they want with humans because we're just parts to them.
I agree with you on that. And of course, coming from the first edition, and I just saw where they're talking about the mind flayers. I wish they had just had a better psionic system. It felt like it was kind of bolted on. It felt somewhat jarring trying to get through that. Looking in retrospect for it, is that instead of trying to go, I'm not saying everything's perfect, but your first level character with the psionics could vastly outpower. It was nowhere near with a sense of balance or game design, and I never touched it in 2E. But I really go ahead, sorry.
No, I was actually going to counter it because we are on psionics, and I don't like psionics, as I said, but I've gone out of my way to try to understand why they were at least introduced, and it was back from the old days. Gary Gygax definitely liked the ideas. He wanted to have something that was challenging, something that was invasive. That's where, the mind flayers, the beholders, the aboleths, where they sort of came from. Something that was so alien, so outlandish, something that was horrifying, real horror, where the players could not just say, I resist the magic, I cast a spell. They was outside of the magic, outside of the rules that they were used to. And I remember an interview with Tim Kask where the tables were turned, and he said that the players needed at the very least a chance, be it 10%, 5%, there should be a chance for the players to have these powers to at the very least counter it. Because why would back then the world of Greyhawk not just be overrun by the mind flayers? All right, so that's why the whole rules of psionics were sort of rolled out and introduced to the players. But as Tim Kask then went on to elaborate, everyone was psionic at that point. Every group had a psionic thing, and that's not what it was meant to be. But
it's like, because every player had managed to roll 2 18s and a psionic, and that's maximum hit points. And
I agree with you. I think that they should have done a slightly better system for it. But I will admit the first edition Mind Flayers to me were truly terrifying. And when they started making them into not just like ones and twos, but into these giant societies, it made no sense to me. If you had, a couple of them here and there, that to me made sense. But when you started having dozens or hundreds, and they're 9-hit die monsters, why in the world aren't they taking over everything? I think the problem is that you removed them from being this truly otherworldly alien menace that players were truly frightened of. To kind of, by the time you got the Spelljammer, that it was a real disappointment. Or that is my view on that. I think of a slightly different system, and I'd have to pull it out. Some of the Iron Kingdoms where they have the monsters in there. That do, like you said, the body horror, where they start changing people apart or pulling out their mind and controlling them like puppets. That I do like, even though
I've just finished. I mentioned earlier. I've just finished listening to the audiobook of At the Mountains of Madness, and I think the way that handles the alienness of the creatures and the fact that the elder things dissect the humans out of curiosity because because it's something new, it's something to learn. They're not doing out of malevolence. They're not evil. They're just doing it because they want to learn.
Is it bad that I've done that to a player? Is it bad to admit that I've done that to a player? Had them be kidnapped and dissected because of curiosity?
I don't think so. If I'm going to say this because sometimes it depends on how attached the player is to it. I would get mad if I suddenly felt I was kidnapped and I had no way out. That would be a little bit different. But
yeah.
But if you told me, hey, look, I would like to do something. Are you game for this? I would probably be like, yeah, that sounds pretty cool.
I mean, go on.
That's what it. When people always talk about consent, there's a certain thing in there, but I think that's one of those that if you come to me on the side and say, hey, look, we're going to do this. Are you okay if we do some of these things with your character? I'd be like, that sounds like a pretty good story. There may be some hang like, well, what does my second player get after this? Okay, well, but I.
As far as I'm concerned, if you play in my game, you consent to that sort of thing happening.
Yeah.
So just to give the full story, the players were aware that they were dealing with the Yonti, and they were aware that there was a lot of body horror that was going on. I had hinted strongly, and the players had picked up on that the Yonti would kidnap, kill, skin, and then animate the skin of people to basically create skinwalkers to infiltrate themselves, because by the rules, the Yonti has got an 80% chance of mingling in. And I figured, why 80? Why not just take the skin of another person, like the doppelgangers, and just straight up replace people and go full Alex Jones about this, poison the water, make the frogs gay, and just take, just replace the populations or, the different societies of it, because you're dealing with 17 to 18 level intelligence. This should be horrifying shit. You're dealing with creatures that does not look at you like actual human beings. They'll look at you like fucking cattle. But the players ended up finding one of these meat factories and just shut them down. They did so through the creative and liberal use of fire, which seems to just work every time you apply it. And during that event, the local guard showed up to stop the fire, because it's a fire. It's near the city. Of course, they're going to stop the fire. And the players pretended to help put out the fire. But one player slipped when he tried to give his alias and was picked up on by one of the Yonti that was in disguise. And they got him separated from the group out into the woods, where the player then went, I'm going to cast sleep and get rid of them. And then everyone drops except for the Yonti, who just stands there and says, nah, it's just you and me now. And that's when that's when shit hit the fan, because the player just went, okay, I fight them, realized just how competent they were at fighting, and then turn around like tried to run, but the dice was just not in the player's favor, and he got tackled, beaten, rolled out of the way, and then just went, I climb up into a tree. And I glanced briefly at the spell selection that the Yonti has, and I saw a beautiful one that I decided that, okay, I'm going to cast this. I'm going to give it a moment to see if the other players in the group is going to strongly object to it, and we'll take it from there. Sticks to snakes up in a tree. Yep. So I cast that. There were no objections, and the player suddenly found himself surrounded by constrictors and poisoned ones.
That's genius. That's I've never thought about casting sticks to snakes in a tree.
No, like it's not as useful as you as it appears, but it's very situational. So I cast that while he was hiding from the truck.
Yes,
exactly. So suddenly it's just bonk, and you get attacked, and he fell down. He got knocked out. We roll with the idea that you do save versus death, and then if you pass, you're at least stable. Well, he was unconscious, stable in front of a Yonti, and I decided, okay, well, this is where the dice just comes into the play. I will decide what happens from here. And the player was picked up, brought back to the Yonti's lair, where they handed him over to an Inquisitor. An Inquisitor from the Forgotten Realms is an undead creature who delights in torturing people to the point of where they lose permanent charisma. And this went on for a couple of days, with the remaining players then coming back and being described the alive but mangled body of the other character, where it was then like, okay, what do we do? Because he's been specifically kept alive, but he's not a person anymore. His personality is broken. His body is broken. Like everything about it is just unplayable. And that's what happens when you step into me as a DM. Go on.
And to be fair, I think that's really good, because let's be honest, the player, you could have, like you're talking about this, is the player would have died anyway. You just simply took him off to the side and said, you know what, we're going to make him into an inhuman horror. And I don't mind that aspect. As long, like you said, is he just rolled badly. It's not like he didn't have a chance. It wasn't no. So that's different. I was looking at I don't mind that, to be fair, but I'm also an adult. I wouldn't do that with certain players I've played with, just because they would become very uncomfortable with it. And, I like to play with the same people over and over. But you have to know the people. That's one of the things when I start looking at all these consent things, is going, okay, how would you feel about this? But as a player, I think that would be pretty cool, especially if you're playing in a horror type game, to have that aspect. You're talking about, speaking of which, with what was the vampire, the TZ, whatever it is, the ones that do the shaping of the bodies. Yes, the vicissitude. I think that works out very, very well. But I also like darker games as well. There are times I want to play a fun game, but I fully agree with you. Is if you're playing a darker game, whether that's Symbaroum or Alien or World of Darkness, those things will happen, and it does also have that visceral effect of, these are truly evil. Whether you agree with it or not, these are truly evil creatures at this point, and I have no problem slaughtering them.
Yeah. What going back to music, but in a slightly roundabout way, and body horror. One of my favorite scenarios in Horror on the Orient Express is the scenario in Milan. I don't know if any of you have either of you played that.
No. I mean, that's probably it's good for me if I ever want to play Call of Cthulhu.
It's there's an opera singer who is due to perform, and the bad guy in that scenario, in order to invoke an entity to get a certain power, needs to sing certain notes at a certain time in the performance. So he steals her vocal cords.
Interesting.
And that's and so she has forever lost the ability to sing again, and the bad guy has now got the opera singer's vocal cords implanted in him through means of a ritual that cannot be reversed. And that was quite a sick scenario. That was
So,
part of me goes for this much. If you really want to get into it, is talk about body horrors converting the opera singer into a living instrument that he would play. That's kind of the way that I would have probably looked at. Of course, I know that that's an adventure, but from a dark standpoint, is having someone go around and steal famous singers and then convert them into musical instruments he would then play as a living instrument, where you kind of hit certain notes and they would scream or something. If you want to get really dark.
I've done that to a player. I turned him into a gramophone because he picked. In World of Darkness, he had a Tsimisi lover as a fault, but the lover had fallen in love with him because he played a toreador with a beautiful voice. So she wanted all music to come from his voice. So he tried to run to her for safety, but he ran into a very dark fate where he was taken, just mutilated, and turned into basically a head on top of what was effectively a gramophone with a finger just going down whatever LP that you wanted to listen to, with him singing that.
Did you make the player sing the songs?
No, he's tone deaf. I'm not subjecting myself to that.
I would have done that.
No, like there's the listen.
There's game horror and real horror, and that's what he tried to avoid.
I have listened. No, John, I'm exactly like you. You tell me to sing and rhyme, I will do it.
A question here from Grumpy Old Slan.
Oh, I'm trying. Okay, so what I haven't done, and this is just a very hard rule that I have, I stay very clear of, actual like sex things. Like, that's something I stay very clear of, because that is something that I don't think is really suitable for most games. So that's something I like on a serious note, yes. But anything to do to harm them, hurt them, and emotionally manipulate them, yes, I do everything in the book that is dirty and evil. I mean, hell, but my first session of Curse of Strahd had me play the whole introduce the players to the child that's been turned into a vampire, and the father begging the players not to hurt his son against them. Ooh. I played that, and I got up. This was my real life game. I stood up, I walked in next to the player who was talking to their father, and I got down on my knees in front of her and just said, in my most begging voice I possibly could, please do not hurt my son. He is my life. He is everything to me. You please don't take this away. He's the only family I've left. I played this in, and I could see the player as she shrugged in like this. This was deep to her. But I never tried to go so deep that I could tell that it was becoming too much.
Yeah.
But at that point, I then walked up, and everyone else was just sitting and going, oh, fuck. Oh, shit. And the end of that session, I was called evil and manipulative, and I was so happy. God.
I love the effect you did that. The problem that I have nowadays is that has become almost a trope within not just various movies where there's zombie or anything else. And you're going, all right, got to find a new way to do this. But
I mean, probably the worst thing I've done to any of my players is, but I was using a module, playing it as written, using the creatures in the module as per the mythology and as per the game mechanics. So I don't think I did anything wrong, and I faded it to black immediately.
Yeah.
But one of my players, his character was a young virginal priestess, about 5th or 6th level cleric, late teens, and she got charmed by satyrs and led off into the forest.
I don't mind stuff. Let their imaginations run with it.
Yeah.
I
faded it. I just said walk into the forest with the satyrs and fade
to black. That's all you need to do. I mean, I've done that in Pendragon, where a player sold another player out to the Fae in exchange for him getting his son back. But it was quite obvious that the fate of the son was not going to be a good one. Like, it was going to be very much down, that very dark route. But that was, again, things I don't want to go into that, because this is where I knew my players at that point. They were aware that I was okay with these things. I knew that they were okay with suggesting these things, but never going into it. But this is where groups discuss things. This is where adults have to sit down and go, what are we willing to do? What are we not willing to do? And then that's where we make things clear.
Given that my group had already come up with quite a lot of bawdy humour and joked about all sorts of adult things, and were all adults, I knew that they wouldn't. I picked up that they wouldn't mind that sort of implication. But yeah, you've got to know your group. You've got to know. I didn't say at the start what I was going to do, because it would spoil it. But I picked up from the general atmosphere in the group that it wouldn't be something they would object to.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
And there's certain games that get a little bit too deep into stuff. I'm like, you know what? I'm just not comfortable with them. I don't really enjoy them, and that's fine. But I also, very similar like you're talking about, and I like doing this, is after every session, I like to sit around and talk to the players. What worked, what didn't, what did you like, what could we have done differently? If we're talking about rules, I can say I didn't like this rule for this reason. They can go, I didn't like this rule for this reason, and that's, and I kind of enjoy that aspect too, to see to tailor the games for them. Or as a player, I do the opposite as well. Oh, I didn't like this, I didn't like that. And the problem is that I have a GM mind, so I will try to twist people to my viewpoint. But as a player, but the same thing is like, okay, what do you like, what do you not? And that I found works out well. And I think that's all too often. I think that people don't get a lot of feedback. They're just like, I'm going to go play a game and I'm done. And then you go, well, why did the person leave? I'll just tell me beforehand.
I do agree that there's got to be communication, but that's for all games.
Yeah,
and it's very important, especially as a player, to communicate back. What did you have fun with? What did you like? What did you think could have been done differently? But the DM can turn around and say, well, you might think that, but I wanted you to have a reaction in this direction. I mean, I've had games where there was a session where I wanted the players to feel defeat, and the players were sitting there going like, we didn't like this. I'm like, that's what I wanted you to feel. I wanted you to have a moment of where you didn't succeed, because you've been very successful up to this point. You've almost had a 10 to 0 streak of wins. You should be in a position where you should actually feel like you should retreat at this point. So that's what I try to inspire for them. But anyway, that's here and there. But that go on.
That is, I mean, to me, that is exactly how to do it. You've got to. I mean,
you want to build trust with the players, and by interacting with them after, you build that trust so when you change the rules, they don't feel like the rug's been pulled for them. They
Yeah.
feel like, oh
Yeah.
I understand. Or you have a plan. I'll go with your plan because I want to be part of your story.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have got to. I mean, you've got to build up. Yeah, you're right. You've got to build up that trust, but you've also got to sort of impart. I think you've got to impart that. Certainly, the games I run, that the world is not a forgiving place. That the world is not designed around their level, and I will often throw an encounter very early on that they have to. They're going to have to stop and think and hang on, this isn't balanced, and because I need them as a DM, I need them to think before they go into combat. I don't want them to think it's a combat, it's designed for us to win.
Listen, if you can make goblins able to take down a level 10 party, you're on the right track. You know what you're doing.
I nearly took down a party of 4 level 1 characters with 2 Svarts.
Yeah.
Just 2 of them. And all they were doing was hiding and running away and springing up again and hiding and running away and springing up again. And my party ran away from 2 Svarts.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is I would like, because it's so hard to get players to do this, could you just surrender to the king instead of trying to fight to the death?
Oh my
every
God, yes.
Counter. I mean,
holy shit. Yeah.
I mean, look, I understand this, but if you trust me enough that let me put you in chains, we will go from there and we'll have the adventure. I'm not going to do a TPK on you. If you'll just surrender and don't act stupid, let me put you in situations that are disadvantages to you. And I don't care if you're going to be put on a ship and you're in chains or something, but work with me here, people. Don't let me have to do a TPK when it's obvious I'm going to insult the king. Look, he's got 100 guards. You're going to die. Just put your hands up and say, I surrender.
Yeah.
Not even that. Just behave yourself when you're in front of. Again, now we're going into like the game settings. So let's stick with medieval for the time being, just so we're all on the same page. Okay. Most players are going to come from the peasantry class, maybe a few of them from the merchant class. Let's assume that the wizards are at least educated, so they come from a background where they could get the education to read and write. If you stand before a baron, you are gonna be kneeling and bowing and referring to them as my lord and these and that's and so on. And the players, again, using first AD&D and second edition, if you've turned around and gone like, I've got etiquette, I can roll that skill, I can actually be the face and I can please this lord because I can refer to them properly. Imagine, if you would, for a brief moment, standing before, I don't know, an earl and calling him a lord. Just for a second, imagine just what kind of an insult you're doing to someone who is an earl who is not only above barons, he's above counts. He's like landlords are so far beneath him. You have just degraded him and his lineage. And this is where the players can turn around and say, I've got these skills because the hell with it, geeky. I'm referring back to professions. Professions and skills are a really useful thing that can then be brought in, and they can be used for that. And
I like professions. I like characters having professions.
Yeah, but I'm referring back to your previous streams, so deal with it.
yeah. But I said I like characters having professions and having a reason for having skills.
Absolutely,
of course.
But to build on what you said before, if you're in front of someone like that, there is certain social powers that you as players don't have. You can be level 10, and I don't give a fuck. You're still a peasant. You're still standing in front of someone who commands armies. You should, at that point, be
level 2. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like, at that point, you have to just realize that, again, going if you're level 10, you gave up on the whole fact that you don't want to be a knight, you don't want to have land, you don't want to have your own armies. okay, that's a trade-off that you did from at least the AD&D rules, and here you are. That's cool. You are more powerful than him, and you can be happy about that, but you still have to kiss his ass. That's fine. If he turns around and says, will you do this for me? You can still say no, because we're still free people, assuming that your world runs with free folk, and you're not all serfs. But at the very least, you as players can then turn around and say, well, no, we want to do this.
I'm going to bring up, I agree with you somewhat in principle. The only problem, this is why I hate level-based systems, is because you are so powerful. It's kind of the thing that I can take out your army. And they're like, well, okay, so now you're kind of dealing with a peer from that aspect. But you're right. It's because a lot of them are small kings or things like that, and they don't know. What I was thinking of is more of the fact, let's say that you're going over, I don't care what it is, you're getting brigands, and they're like, look, there are 20 of us, there are 4 of you. Surrender, we'll take your items, we might beat you up a little bit, and then we'll let you on your way. And instead, players like, we are fighting to the death. Like, come on, just don't do this to me. The same thing if, just let me have some other stories in there with you. Just, but I agree with you. So I saw one player and he thought he could badmouth, and I just turned the DM later on and I said, if I was the DM, he would have just died in a horrible fashion in front of everyone. I said, okay, go roll a new character. He's like, what? I said, that you don't act that way in these cases. There are consequences to your actions, and usually, and I'm a pretty nice DM in this aspect. Do you really want to do this? And they're like, yes. I'm like, are you sure? Okay, you're all right. You're rolling a new character. What do you mean? Well, they come in, they kill you, they burn you, and that's it. What?
I give them the first warning, and then if they continue thereafter, okay, fine, fair enough. I'll take it from there. I've had a player decide that he wanted something from an alchemist, but the price was too high, so he cast Ray of Enfeeblement on the person right there in front of him as he tried to run away, because he realized, oh shit, it's a wizard. Let's get out of here. Boom, hit with Ray of Enfeeblement, dropped down, got killed by the wizard, who then tried to loot the place and start a fire to mask everything, but he got caught, and rather than doing anything, he just decided that I'm just going to go to my party because they'll save me. The party turned around and went, no, you've killed a person, you've started a fire, not just any fire, an alchemical fire that's gone boom. No, you're going this way. And the player was hung. Well, not the player, but that would be metal but the character was hung, and the rest of the group just was like, no, like, you did this to yourself. We don't want to be associated with you when you do this. You told us you've done this. We're not going to save you.
I've had players arrested, but never. I don't think I've ever hung them.
No, I'd hang them. I will chop their hands off if they are caught as a thief. I will do that. I will warn the players who are thieves. If you're caught in a big city and you're caught for a crime of theft, the punishment is lopping your hand off. It's usually not done because they need workers, so you will lash you, put you in, the stockades or something like that. But if you're a repeated criminal, no, you're losing a hand, and that's the consequences. You as a player need to know this, and this is the world you're entering.
I'm going to repeat my request from earlier. Next time there's a spot open in your game, just let me know.
Oh, for fuck's sake! I'll just make time at this point. God damn it! You're just pestering me.
I am going to pester you because this is exactly what I want from a game.
Okay, do you also like Excel games? Do you like the fact that every month in the game I just roll random dice to see what factions do in the game?
Yes.
Fuck off.
Well, I mean, those are things that, like you, as the world turned and having all the other factions go on, I think that's very good. Now I'm going to bring up a system, Blades in the Dark. They do some of that stuff if you actually look at it, and it's built into the game. And I kind of wish that other systems would incorporate some of those things for exactly that reason. Oh,
3 of them do.
Okay.
Stars Without Number, Godbound, and Worlds Without Number, all by C. Nomin. All of them have got a fully fleshed out faction system where you build them from mega powerful to the lowly, like county level powerful creatures, and they don't even have to be kings and nobles. They can be guilds and or whatever you want to create them. And then they go through the whole thing of like after every adventure or at the end of each calendar month, you roll up for each of these creatures or each of these factions for what they do. And then each faction has got missions and statements that they need to achieve to get level up, and to then build and buy things. So these are systems that are fully fleshed out that gives you as a DM a world where you literally get to play God, and it's fun. Here's the latest thing I've done in my 2nd edition game. There is a highway that's being built. Now, normally that's not a big thing when you think about it, but when you think of the trade involved, think of all the merchant guilds that wants to get a cut of that. It's state funded. It's money, it's taxes that are returning to your pocket. Oh, good God. Yes, that is beautiful. You want that.
No, I agree with you. Well, I'm a civil engineer by trade, so I have to see all of this on a daily basis. And people have no clue, especially if you're in a third world country like Iraq or Afghanistan, because there's also prestige. And then it's like, well, what cut are you going to do? And then you have to get the land associated with it. And then you have to deal with the individuals to get the land rights. And people don't realize just how political something can be for like, I'm just going to build a road. No, it doesn't work that way, especially if you're going to build a bridge, let alone, if you got the Middle Ages, bridges were, and of course, I do probably a light fantasy, but I think that that's where Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay does a very good job. Is the idea that every time you come to a bridge, you have to pay a toll. Yeah. Every time you cross the border, you have to pay a toll.
London Bridge, they built houses on that thing. It was a small, like, not just like street, but it was its own thing. People lived there, people traded there, people would go to work elsewhere and then come back because the houses were built on top of that bridge. It's a big thing. So these are different things that I've got going. I've also have like unions and like think of it like mafia unions from like the 1930s, 1920s, and how they were playing around with that. Like that's going on, and that's a huge thing in the lumbering industry. And that's also where you've got the druids, because the druids want to overlook all these things. Like I said, things can get complicated when I'm allowed to let loose. Oh God, yes. Druids, the forest ministries, unions, and then we bring in the wild elves, and I've got half elven Mongolian hordes running around because why not?
Well, then how do you think about, like you're talking about, so then you have to deal with monsters like treants, and you go, how do they feel about this?
Exactly.
And I think that's dryads. How do you do that? And this is to be fair. This is part of the reason I started looking back in history of, a lot of the peasants weren't allowed to chop down a tree. That's why they said, windfall. Oh, look, that limb fell down, and I'm allowed to use that.
Things are historically it was very different. What most forests that we have today is called wild forest. It's just they grow, they do whatever. But most forests that was close to civilization, they were grown in a very specific way. Like they would try to cut the tree down the middle to then create the branches out that would allow them to get the specific form of either stems or branches that they would then use to build either huts, houses, fences, the whole 9 yards. It was very controlled. But this is where nerds like us, we go into like the history, the insights, because this is what the game does to us. It's just drugs. It's just a different kind of drug that we get onto. Or is it just me? It's definitely me.
Well, I think it's more of you, but as a player, I like it. As a player, I'm like, this is cool. Now you start having a real world with a real logic.
Yes.
And the other point is I like consequences. I do not like it whenever players are going, well, I'll just do this. And then, like, no, this is going to follow you through. And this is why I like skill-based systems, is I don't care how powerful you are. Even in Conan, which you can get kind of ridiculous in there, I can bring up enough low-level opponents where you have to run. That's the problem I had with some of the higher levels was, oh, I got -5 armor class. They can barely hit me. They're doing D4 points damage. Haha. You know, you're going, all right, what would stop characters like this? And of course, what you do is you get big monsters. But I much prefer when the village gets mad at you for burning down the baker's house, and they come out with their pitchforks. You still run even though you're a knight. It doesn't matter.
So, question for you and for Geek. Low-level spells used creatively.
100%. I love those the best.
Yeah. Shoot out some of your favorite examples.
Okay, I'm going to go to... I was playing a mage. I was first level, and we were dropped into a tank full of water, and sharks were approaching. Prestidigitation. Try saying that after half of what the port. Prestidigitation to create the flavour and the smell of blood in the water on the lead shark.
That is very nice.
That was me. And the DM was just like, I'm not arguing with that. That's
solid.
That's
solid.
I'll be honest. I very rarely played mages because their hit points were too low. And they couldn't do anything besides have a limited number of spells. I was like, you know what? I always liked a bard. I might do some of, but again, I think one of my favorites, and this wasn't even a spell. It picked up my friend, was shaking him through, and I had a sling, and I popped him between the enemy between the legs with my sling, and then I immediately handed it to the guy next to me. And so the monster turned around. The guy that was holding my player, he looks over, and this poor peasant's just holding this sling that he just got attacked by. Yeah, that was he's like, what? Oh, but yeah, usually for spells, it wasn't my thing for that. I love things like you're saying, prestidigitation, doing sound for players. I wish they would do more of this. Spider climb, stuff of the levitate to get something above someone's head, and then do it. What is the other one? It's been a long time, like grease or oil. So you could slide. Anything with ice that you could get creatures if they're fully charging, so they'd slide across. And you're not really trying to damage them directly. You're trying to get it so you use the environment against them. That's what I love with low-level spells or creative use of spells. The fireballs, no, those are boring, actually. Those aren't the ones that people remember. Oh, okay, I did cast fireball and blew up like 50 of these kobolds. Okay. But there's nothing
imaginative. There's nothing imaginative with going into every encounter and blasting fireballs and magic missiles. It's desperately dull.
Yeah.
I had two big ones that I remember. One was the players was facing down a big, I think it was 12, 14 hill giants at the same time. There was 4 of them. They managed to get themselves on top of a fort that the hill giants were peppering and trying to climb to get up to them. And one of the hill giants climbs high enough that they can get up to face the players. The players are just like, we're not going to stand a chance in terms of combat. So I am now going to cast reduce size on the hill giant, meaning he loses 80% of his height. When your entire life is based on being bigger than everyone else and you're reduced from being, 15 feet to 4'2", your life is really taking an upside down. It's like, holy shit, everyone's bigger than me. Run! Oh
And when you're
no!
not very clever, a hill giant isn't very clever.
Exactly, they're not clever. Their entire life is based on food, and I'm bigger than you, bonk. So that was a terrifying thing. I was just laughing when I saw that. I was just like, yeah, no, it's totally, no, like, and this is gonna happen. This is gonna happen. Yeah, no, absolutely. And another player turned around and went, Sexiest, so what's the weather like today? All right, okay, well, let me look at my thing. Oh, it's a bit foggy. And he went, so with my phantasmal force, I can cover X amount of area and make the fog permanent. And I just need to tell the players to disbelieve the fog. And they've got permanent cover as they attack.
That's fine.
Illusions are bullshit, and that's the best way to handle it.
I think I've mentioned this one on a stream before. I made Lareth from Village of Homlet a bit of an ongoing bad guy, and my party lost to him at the end of Village of Homlet, but ran away. Later on, they were all about 3rd or 4th or 5th level. They just finished UK 4 When a Star Falls, and one of the magic items they'd been given as a gift from winning that one was a folding boat. Right, and there were two mages in the party, both of whom had got hawk familiars. So I had at the party of 8 characters between levels 3 to 5. Encounter Lareth's retinue on the road. Lareth's a level 5 or 6 cleric. I think he's level 5, and he'd got the bugbears from the Village of Homlet. In there, he'd got his surviving lieutenants and guardsmen with him. About 30 in total.
Yeah,
so the party were horribly outnumbered. But their enemy were they'd set up an encampment. They were drinking. They were oblivious to the existence of the party who were following them at the time. The party waited for Lareth and all his men to finish their drinks and go to sleep. At which point they crept up in the nearby bushes, shrunk the folding boat to minimal size, got the 2 hawks to carry it and hover above Lareth's tent, and then used one spell, ventriloquism, to send the command word to the folding boat to make it maximum size. Hawks dropped it onto Lareth.
I've had, that's
and I was like, yeah.
No, that's the moment you said they had 2 hawks, I immediately thought that is Monty Python, 2 swans, and a coconut happening right there.
But I was applauding, thinking, you've thought about this, you've planned this. Yes. That is beautiful, and that is one magic item. Sadly, the folding boat failed its. That's a spoonerism.
It sailed it safe.
Yeah, failed its saving throw against crushing blow, so it was destroyed by the fall.
But as a DM, and I'll be honest with this, if you blow up my plan by being ingenious, I will love it more than if you do it the way I expected. That's what I live for as a GM. It's not necessarily that you outsmart me, but you think of something that is so brilliant that I'm just like, yeah, go for it. I want you to do this. That's what I live for.
Why we play the game. That's why we play the game.
I have been in my 5th edition game for Curse of Strahd. I have been hammering home to my players that when it comes to magic, I want them to think creatively. Because one of the things that when I look at, for example, 5th edition, a lot of the rules for magic are very set in the ways. But the moment I look at the cantrips, I see possibilities like, oh, it's just a minor illusion. You can just do something and it's not going to do any damage. Oh, okay. I'm going to have a pigeon fly out of my hand to your face. Most normal people are going to go, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, of course they are.
And that's what I'm going to do, because I'm going to give them disadvantage, because I might not be combat heavy, but all I need is just illusions and pigeons, and shit just happens. And I've been encouraging them to that. So I've had my the players recently went to a Yester Hill where they had to fight an evil treant, and I did the whole thing of like, okay, you break off the bark, its skin is now exposed, and you're hitting directly against its flesh. It hurts it more. The warlock thought, okay, I will throw my dagger at it. It hits, it stays, brilliant. I will use Eldritch Blast, which has the side effect of pushing people or item 5 feet further in, meaning she was digging effectively a nail deeper and deeper and deeper into the nerve system of a treant.
Lovely. That's
but that's how I do my games. Like, it's gonna, when you turn it into things we can relate to, it gets gruesome, because it should be. But that's how I want my players to think. And when they realize they can think this way, and oh wait, if I set fire to things, a forest fire can happen. I've actually had players argue that it's good to start a forest fire because there are trolls, and it's easier to deal with trolls with forest fires than in person. And the thing is, I've had players do the whole, I'm going to look the monsters up. Wait, sexiest. It says in here there's only supposed to be between 3 and 9 trolls appearing. Why are you talking about that there is 20 to 30 of them appearing? And I will lean in and I will whisper into their ear, it's my game, bitch. But on an actual reason, I just tell them, in the Underdark, that's how numerous they are. So have fun.
You know what I would probably do?
Go on.
Say this much is, why do you think that there are this many? And then let them try figuring out. Instead of saying it's my game, it's like, okay, now I'll just add some more stuff in the background of maybe the trolls are fleeing something from underground and they're coming up. And you know, sometimes the players will create ideas for you as the GM, and like, oh, here, what do you think is going to do? Like, yeah, that sounds reasonable. I'm going to do that instead.
I was playing in a game and we stormed a pirate ship, and I was really, really proud of how we took control of the pirate ship, because I was playing my necromancer, which I've mentioned before. One I had to listen to Sisters of Mercy songs to get into the mindset of, and we took that pirate ship by beating a troll that was never planned to be there. We took out a couple of the main pirates' guards. One of the players turned around and said, "Oh, that was really easy. I thought you'd going to spring a troll on us," or something like that. And the DM goes, and at this moment, a hatch opens and a troll springs up from under the deck. It was like, okay, you've given him the idea. So, but we actually won that combat, and I was proud in that the pirate captain was giving the big I am and whatever. I simply used the spell detect thoughts, and told him that I'd been reading his mind for the last 6 months. I knew all of his plans, and I would reveal him to the authorities. And he submitted, as he probably would, because we'd beaten his troll, we'd beaten a few of his men, there were others of his men, and he was like, hang on, is this guy really, really I was a 3rd level necromancer, a 3rd level wizard, I think, at the time. That was all. But I made out that I was an ultimate mind reader, and I could tell the future, and I knew I knew everything that was going on, and just completely bluffed it. And I ended up being a 3rd level wizard with a pirate ship of my own, which was marvelous. Here's a question. Here's a question. Hello, Adam. Have you ever lost your confidence as a DM? How did you get it back?
A few times. So there was that scenario where I talked about I wanted my players to be in a moment of failure. That did not go down well with my players. They sat and went, "Why have you done this? Like, yes, you've explained where you came from this, but that's not what we want. That's not the kind of trust that we have in you. If we go into something, we want to be able to do things about things. We don't want to be in a predetermined situation." So that's where I sort of went, "Oh, that's a bit of a hard blow for what I've done as a GM up until that point." Naturally, there's also the times when you witness a group just completely falling apart. I've done a evil campaign where things got so vicious that we were looking at friendships breaking apart. And that's where I sort of lost confidence. Like, do I actually have the DM skills to keep this together? Because this is getting personal now. This is when like people are actually starting to badmouth each other, not just over the games, but like they're going into DMs now. It's getting to that level. How have I gotten back? I've had to set up rules for myself for what I do, what I will do, and when it comes to certain themes, like I've learned the hard way that it's okay to just go, okay, slam down the brakes. Now we're addressing this, because there are moments where players just decide that no, it's getting personal, but rather than saying, hey, as adults, like, oh, hey, what's actually going on here? Are you taking the piss of my character? Are you taking the piss of me? I'm just having a hard time to tell. To then suddenly turn around and go, no, I walk up to this character and stab him. No. As a DM, I'm just going to go breaks down, fold the sheet down, the DM screen down, and go, okay, what's going on? Because here's how I see it. What's happening here? What's happening there? Just address it right there and then. So for me, it's often when I lose control of a group, or when I lose control of a game. That's when I lose the confidence, because I try to put a lot of work into making sure that the games run smoothly and that I make my players addicted to my style, so that they want more and keep coming back.
I'm gonna, from my perspective, is most players are really forgiving. So if it would say you lost your confidence as a DM, if things don't turn out the way that you want them to, and again, when it doesn't become personal between players, most of the time you can talk to them and say, you know what, this isn't working. Is it okay if I do this? And most players be like, yeah, we can agree with that. Players are, most of them, because it's hard enough to get a group. Now, online's different, but whenever you're face-to-face, it's hard enough to get a group, and a lot of people don't want to be the DM, or they're the forever DM and they're getting to be a player. Then you're okay with it, is saying, you know what, this didn't work for me. There's something off here. I need to be better. Most people are really forgiving. The problem is that whenever you double down on being arrogant, and and you don't take criticism, you're not going to. And what I mean by criticism is constructive criticism. You always want to get constructive criticism back from those players, and you'll get better. You will get better. Will you be the best? Probably not. But if the players keep coming back week after week, and you say, "Look, is this working for you?" and they say yes, then you'll get better over time. And you do lose it. Last time I did it, I was trying a new system, and I didn't think it worked out like I wanted it to. And the player's like, "Oh, we kind of like that game." All right. I didn't feel comfortable with it. I don't feel confident in running the system as well, but they were very forgiving of that and said, well, we might want to try that again sometime. Okay. It's a learning experience for both sides.
We often drift into our own little world as a DM and become too hard on ourselves. I think. I can only really relate my experiences from the last 10 years or so, because going back when I was playing when I was a teen, we didn't really care. It was very, very. It was what you'd call a beer and pretzels type game nowadays, where no one really cared too much. It was just bit of fun. When I came back into it, I was a player initially a lot, and playing in groups where the DMs were a lot more experienced than me. Certainly, I was rusty. I'd been out of it a long time, and I filled in as DM once in for one game, and we had a pretty toxic player in that group, and he undermined my game completely. He was an absolute arse. He queried everything, turned everything into an argument, and outright created a character who didn't want to adventure just to spite me. And what got my confidence back was when I talked to the other players, and they all said that they were sick to death of him as well, and there was nothing wrong with the game I was running. And it was purely down to him, and we voted as a group to boot him out. We were just going to have balls to get rid of the player that caused it. And I then went to the next adventure I ran, I believe was Castle Amber, for another group who I'd been DMing for a while. And I went completely over the top DMing it, went all in with French accents, French songs, completely played it up to the hilt, and forced myself to be much more expressive, and my players absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it, and that just gave me the confidence back to go, right, yeah, I'm not bad at this job. But I will admit now, whenever I start DMing for people I've never DM'd before, I'm always nervous. Always nervous.
Oh yeah, the first session or two, I'm nervous as well. I mean, one thing that I do, because I am this kind of person, is I offer out help to anyone who wants to DM. I've got a PowerPoint prepared that I take people through. But the core thing that I tell everyone who wants to DM is you really have to find out what kind of style that you want. And that's going to take a while. That's going to take some trial and error. But you got to find out, what do you like in the games? What do you find fun doing? You're going to be shit at it to begin with, and you have to know that when you start out as a DM, you're not going to be good, but you got to keep going. You got to keep trying. You got to keep practicing. You got to keep an open mind. You got to take criticism, and sometimes it's okay that the constructive criticism, even though it's constructive, it's probably not from a point of view for where you want to go. Players might have a different expectation than where you want to go, and that's just where you have to learn that the expectations for what the players want and where you want to be, they're across the different points. So you've got to filter this out. But it's very important for you as a DM to find what you like. If you like intrigue, sit down and watch dramas, watch things like that, and like take inspirations from it. I mean, hell, just rip them outright. There's nothing wrong with that. Just take these things, change characters around and what have you. Yeah, some players might pick up on it, but this is where you begin. And as you get better, you can mold it into your own thing.
We've always got to keep grounded as well. And remember, we are just another person at that table. We've got the power over the game. We've got the power of the game, but we are just another person at that table. But we are the most important person at the table.
Exactly. I am the most important person at any table.
Yeah, but
thanks.
we are just a person, though, and we all have flaws. We all have things we're good at. We all have things we like. We all have things we dislike. And it is about finding the right people for your game and finding your own niche and enjoying it and making sure there is this rather annoying sort of thing at the moment where people are saying, "Oh, as a DM, you're providing a service."
No,
and no, the DM has to enjoy the game as well. If the DM doesn't enjoy the game's doomed.
Yeah, and you can tell. It's just like anything else, whether it's writing or anything else. If people hate it, your players will sense it, and they are going to have fun. This is, when you're all talking about this, the other part is a lot of players, especially if you're starting a new system, and especially when they're forever DMs, which I think a lot of us have become, and we're like, oh, we get to play? Even as a DM, even when I was a forever DM for the most part, and I got to play in a game, I was like, I'm willing to forgive a lot of dungeon master mistakes. And if they make a mistake, I'll sit there on the side and say, hey, this is the way it should probably work. But it's their game. They run it. And as long as you're not a jerk about it, and this is the other thing with rules lawyers, this is about building trust back and forth, is I found most rules lawyers, not all of them, it's about trust. They don't trust the DM to give them a fair shake. And because of that, they rely on the rules to protect themselves from the DM. Whereas if you're going through it is, hey, I'm doing this for the story aspect. I'm not going to kill you or intentionally, which admittedly, when I was young, and I don't know about John there, too many DMs thought it was us versus the players. And you're like, no.
It's an immature way of looking at it, us versus the players. And I do find that people do tend to grow out of it after, most people do. Most people grow out of it after a while, but it's, I'm guessing you'll have experienced that sort of thing when you were playing as a teenager, because it's a maturity thing.
The same thing when you get party versus party conflict. I'm not against party versus party conflict. What I'm against is that it ramps up from 0 to 100 immediately. I said, no. If we're going to do this and you're going to do party versus party conflict, you can build it up through the entire thing. And only at the end of the campaign, only one of you guys is making it out. And that's that. And you set that expectation. And I'll be honest, I have had no problem stopping a game, taking a player sheet from a player and saying, just leave the game. You're not adding anything to it. You just magically disappear. And we're going to move forward without you. And that shocks a lot of them because they're not used to that. And go, no, if you're not going to play, I'm not going to ruin everyone else's fun just because you decide to be a jerk. And a lot of times, though, you can nip that in the bud by that. And I had a lot of players that, because I say that I'm real tough, went, man, you're a lot easier on us than we thought you were. I said, well, you don't play stupid. You do things that make sense. I'm not going to punish you for making the proper decision. I think relatively proper. I mean, I'll punish you for some aspect, but I'm not going to just immediately kill you unless you're going to badmouth someone. I've been warning you that this is going to happen. Nothing hits them usually out of the blue. It's definitely, we deserve that.
It's a simple case of respect the source material, respect your other players, respect the DM, and we're all good.
Yeah, and I think that's part of it. And many players will know the rules better than you. They'll know their players better than you. They'll know the combinations better than you. They'll spend time and hours, as we can all see online. I'll create the Uber character that does this, this, and this. And as a DM, I've come back and said, look, this is overpowered. We're going to reduce the power for this, or I'm going to do that. And most of the time, they'll agree to it just because they admit that they're gaming the system instead of playing the spirit. They're playing by the rules.
I've turned that around for my Sunday group. We're playing Pathfinder, so it's already quite crunchy. We've got a pre-set up modules that we're going through, and I originally began trying to, in the first module, amp things up because it was starting to become a bit of an arms race, and I went, wait, why am I doing this? This is not going to be fun for me because I know what arms races are like. I've done them as a player. I've done them as a DM. They're not fun. So I'm not going to do that. So I'm just going to turn around and play the modules as this. And the players were just waltzing through things. And they turn around and went, why are we doing this? Why are we not getting resistance? And I just turn around and went, well, look at your characters. And look at what you're fighting. You're the ones who are in control of what you decide to build. If you decide that you want to run through this like a bulldozer against, styrofoam houses, that's what you want. And the players have actually turned around and gone, oh, okay, we'll dial it back. And that's what they've done for the second module. Now they're deeply invested in things because they're exposed to things that are actually sort of harmful to them. They're suddenly getting challenged. And it's just because they managed their own expectations, because they were almost expecting me to go into this Cold War arms race with them. And I just thought, you know what? If you want to experience that, I can do it. But me as a DM, I will get bitter, angry, and that will take the fun out of it, because it took the fun out of it for me when I did it as a player, because I didn't enjoy it. And I don't want to do it as a DM, at least not again. So I explained that to the players, and they turned around and went, oh, okay, this makes sense, because they expected it, and they didn't get it to their happiness, surprisingly.
That's the ideal outcome, isn't it?
Yes.
That's what you want from mature
Totally.
players. So
Yeah.
hope they've got the maturity to
Yeah.
react in that way.
Yeah, totally. Absolutely. Well, that's when this is then where you turn around. And I'm sure we all agree. You just talk to people as adults, and you turn around and say, "Listen, I'm going to give you the respect, and here's where I'm coming from as a DM or as a player, and so on and so on." I mean, the few times when I get to sit down as a player, especially to a new DM, I sit down and go, "Listen, I've got X amount of years behind me. My golden rule is your ruling is just, it is word, it is law. I don't care what the book says. If you need the book rulings, I will support you, but you make the final call. And I will have moments where I go, how do I put this without being offensive? I go over the top. I will deep dive. I mean, I do spreadsheets, I do this and I do that, and I have driven players in the wall with how anal I can get about certain things, and I just need the DM to understand this is my way of having fun. If this is not your version of fun, just turn around and say, "Listen, you don't care about these details," and just tell me. I keep track of that, and I will then keep track of it myself, but I will not enforce that thing onto you, because then I know the limit is here. Okay, I keep it within here, so I'll try to work it into, for example, role playing. Like, let's say we were doing a pirate game. Well, to me, if we were doing a pirate game out in the open sea, water, food, these kind of supplies are very important. So I would be trying to keep a track of that, and I would then build in and work with the DM to make sure that we have an easy way of tracking this. And I'd take that work away from him, because that's work I have fun with, because it's spreadsheets, it's kind of bureaucratic things, but it helps
I enjoy
stream.
that sort of as a player as well. I like managing the little details on my character sheet. I enjoy that.
Encumbrance. Yes. How many mules do we need? All of them.
I'm quite happy doing that sort of thing.
Well,
Yeah,
and I know that whenever you say, well, you do a background, you guys all cringed when I said that. I like player backgrounds. I don't like the fully, like, look, it should be, like you said, paragraph. Give me an idea of what you have. If you want to go do everything else, that's fine. But in certain cases, if they're dealing with a region far out, I'm like, here, you go flesh that out for me. I will modify it as I want. And then that player gets some of that, and then that also invests them in the game a bit. I'm like, no, if you ever do it, I'm cutting it out, just to let you know. But if you say, oh yeah, there's a baker over here and his name is this, go for it. That's stuff I don't have to deal with, and I'll deal with it later. And you can say, well, he was a curmudgeonly. All right, fine.
Yeah.
You give me that one sentence, and I'll work with it later on if you guys ever head over there. And the players don't have to be adversarial. And the other part is let them take all that work off of you. You focus on the story, and you can always change it. You have the final say. And I think the biggest thing is, don't be afraid to say no to players. It's the thing is that the players think they know what they want, but what they're really looking for is the experiences, not so much necessarily what they think that they want. It's like, oh, I could do a 20th level character. And everyone I've talked to that's done that has been bored with the game. They enjoyed it at the much lower levels.
I want to build on something you said there about giving the power over to the players. Now, you've mentioned Blades in the Dark, and I believe that Blades in the Dark has got this whole thing of like, flashbacks or connections and so on, which allows the players to turn around and then work on their character going, well, let's just take typical D&D. If you're playing a rogue and you're playing in let's say your players are from the same area, you've been playing in the same area for, let's say, a year, why wouldn't your character have connections? Why wouldn't he know his way around, the underbelly? Why wouldn't he know who is the big shakers, who's the movers, and these kind of things? Well, that you can take this idea and just turn around to the player and go, well, you're the big cheese, and you do these kind of things here. give me a quick name. This one, okay. Give me a quick thing. What does he do? Fencing? Is he a head of a guild? Is he this? Is he that? And you just quickly like 3, 4, 5 points. That's all you really need from the players, and then suddenly they've contributed to the world. Surprisingly, players love it, especially new players. They're like, "Oh my god, I've contributed to this thing. Oh my god, guys, my thing is in this world now. We get to interact with this," and they quite like it. I know Stars Without Number uses it heavily, as well as most of all the other scene of mean and Blades in the Dark definitely makes use of it because all players then cooperatively contribute to that. And it takes the work off the DM. Definitely, me as a player, I like taking work away from the DM because we all know it. They've got enough on their plate as is. If we could take if I can take the micromanaged things away from the group, easy peasy. I mean, I'm not going to start doing fraud and skimming money off the top. Just why? That's not the point of the game.
Well,
Exactly.
and you can also have them create enemies for the, like you said with the guild. Okay, name a major and a minor enemy for your guild, and who heads this up and who heads this up. Okay,
Yep.
you're done. I'll handle the rest. Okay,
Yeah.
you know, and it you know, yeah, don't overwork it. Start small, and then let your players flesh out things in certain areas. Even if like rumors. Here, let's do it. Go give me some rumors about the land across the sea. You get to determine if they're true or false. But these are rumors they're coming up with, and now they have to guess: are my rumors correct or not? Okay.
All right, who joined us?
It is late. I was ready to say I'm going to go to bed in a bit, but Graham's just turned up, and Graham's been on our stream before, and he is muted at the moment, so I don't know if he's going to say anything.
Hi, John. Hello, everyone.
I
Hello.
don't know if you just got to the pub and randomly clicked on the link.
Hello.
So something like that. I only I didn't see the invite until now.
Well, we had a pretty much a full house of people here, so
All right, great.
as you can see, we've been going for over 3.5 hours, and it's beginning to sort of ramble. Well, we've been rambling off topic for the last hour and a half. So, have you seen what the topic was?
Yes, I have.
Do you want to take us back on topic just for a little flourish towards the end? Saxis is shaking his head.
Well, we can stay off topic if you like.
It's down to you, my man.
We were just rambling about players having a role on how an impact on how the game operates by just introducing things to the game through simple bits of background, no rambling backstories, just simple snippets, and how players like to have that sort of impact on the game.
Yeah. I mean, one could either make up a background or even roll for one if there's, if you want to try something different and get a surprising role. But something like somebody who worked in a tavern, that opens the door of all the rumors of all the previous adventurers that came through, and you can role play out how you know certain things or you want to go on certain adventures. So yeah, I agree. It can be something really simple that develops into something that expands.
I mean, I will say now, I like to have a very blank slate with characters with very little background, and I like the stories to come from the adventure, from the experiences. I like to treat first level characters as having done nothing special, and the things they talk about in the tavern will be when they are level 2, level 3. They'll talk about what they did when they were first out adventuring, rather than what they did in that mythical time before they adventured.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're starting out at level 5, at which point, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Come with a backstory. At that point, it makes sense. It's just, if you're starting low level, it's the whole zero to hero Hercules style.
Yeah.
I mean, Graham's playing in my fortnightly Saltmarsh game, and I haven't asked for any background from any of the characters in that at all.
Yeah.
But we're having fun with it. Things are certainly moving in that adventure, and I'm starting to get a feel of some of the characters in the way they'll approach things. We've got we've got a priest of Cuthbert who likes to hit things. We've got a half orc. I mean, Graham's playing an elven warrior who is very much not. He's not the in-your-face melee type. He fights thoughtfully, and that's starting to come out. And for those who know the Saltmarsh adventure, we are just about to hit the bit where it really does kick off.
Fun.
Don't want to give it any more details.
Yeah.
But if players come to you with a background, what is your reaction? Like, what do you do with the background?
I like to nip them in the bud beforehand. If I'm starting a game and a player shows an interest in creating a background, I will say to them, I don't want anything more than a paragraph. Just give me, if you want to give me I don't need a background. I'd rather see your character played out at the table. But if you want to give me some background, just put it in the form of 3 or 4 bullet points, key points, and we'll see what we can use. And usually they say, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I suppose background is not the same as skill, especially at first level. So you might have a background as a sailor, but it might be on a fishing ship or coastal vessel. It doesn't mean you're ready to step into a war galley, because that otherwise you just people will be just selecting quite an extensive background at first and second level and expecting it to come with skills. So my first reaction is it's the balance of the game, isn't it?
Yeah, the balance of the game is important.
It depends on what the backgrounds are for and what they're doing. And to be fair on this, if you're an 18-year-old character, you have no real life experience other than staying on the farm. If you're playing something, to be fair, if you're playing a game like Traveler, and you get your character up there and he's lost an eye and all sorts of stuff, as you get him up into his 50s, that's very different as you go through your career path. I think that's part of it. It's not that I'm against backgrounds, and when I say this, is give me like 3 key events in your life. Give me a couple of fears and hopes and aspirations. Tell me somebody who your friends are and who your and maybe who your family is, and why the hell you're adventuring is the big one. Why is your character adventuring? Because if you can't figure that out, everything else is meaningless. And say, okay, what are your motivations? If your motivation is I want to become rich and have gold, then as a DM, I can tailor a game more for your aspect. If you want revenge against whoever killed off your family, okay, we'll incorporate that over time, but it's not going to dominate. The problem I have too often is players use background either to get, and I'm guilty of this, unusual advantages. I want this skill, I want this, I want that, I want this, I'll have this item, blah, blah, blah. No, you don't get any bigger advantage than you do with any other starting character. And the other, that's part of the problem I have. And then, like John said, is you're limiting on where your growth can go by saying that you've already peaked at first level. Then why are you here? That's again. But if your other adventures, I'm looking for my lost love. Okay, I had one of my DMs. He was playing in a game, and he was looking for his lost sister. That was part of his campaign. They went all the way up to 20th level, and he never really found her. All he got was a message from her saying, "Oh, well, I'm okay, thanks, bye." And the DM, even you're playing for a long campaign, that feels like you've been cheated in some way, even though that was his primary motivation for starting adventure. So I think that you have to work both in and out, and the GM has to have veto power. That's what the player needs to understand. I'm going to disallow things, and you have to, when you do it, this is a submittal, and I'm going to be like your fourth grade teacher and saying, you didn't do this assignment, go back and redo it.
A lot depends on the nature of the game you're playing. If you're playing a game where the DM is creating the adventures and creating them with the characters in mind, then yes, a little bit of background is helpful. The game I'm running for Graham and a few others, we're playing the Sinister Secret of Saltmarsh. You don't need a background. The background is you've come to Saltmarsh for whatever reason you want. We are playing this scenario, so you are adventurers. Fame and fortune is assumed, and it's assumed you want to be adventurers and you want to make a name for yourself, earn some money, whatever.
Yeah, you don't need much, and you don't know where it's going to lead because it's only first level anyway. So you don't want to work in the tavern anymore. You don't want to be a fisherman. You've heard a few stories in the public square, and off you go.
Yeah.
If any of you guys had said, okay, I want to roll for a background, or maybe I was a woodcutter, I could have brought that sort of thing into the game. As it hasn't been necessary, but I could have brought it in.
Yeah, I mean, I gave my Sunday group, they're enjoying the Murder Hobo Rampage at the moment. No major backstories for most of them, but one NPC that's decided to tag along told the players, I'm adventuring because my daughter's getting married. I need the money for a dowry, and I want her life and her husband to succeed. So most of my share of the money is going to go to that. And the players have now decided that he's the most important person of the entire team. Everyone else can be left in the ditch, but Gregory has to be protected at any point because he has a higher purpose and he's too pure for this world. It's just this just happened. I was just like, well, here you go. Here's a random character because you said you needed some muscle, and now you just have this adopted person that you're dragging along from campaign to campaign, and just giving him a massive share of money that he doesn't even know what to do with.
And that's great. I mean, that's one of the things that I love for that is, and to be fair, it's a lot of times I want to leave my character kind of blank. I'll give him a basic story, but I don't want to tie the theme or anything else to my plot or meta plot in a certain way. So it's like, okay, I'm a wandering barbarian. Why are you doing this? I got bored of being up in the north and wanted to go explore the world. That's it. I don't need anything else. And what's interesting, though, is my barbarian, actually most of my fighters tend to be the types that say, let's talk this out first before we bring it into a fight.
And you can flesh out details as you go along if you want.
Yeah.
I mean, you might come up with an idea of what you were doing up in the north, of things about your tribe, and you can just drop it into the role playing. You can just drop it into social situations. And I like when a player does that, just comes up with little ideas on the fly. I'll use them.
Yeah. I think some of the most useful backgrounds are where you've got access to information and you didn't realize the significance of it at first level, but then you go on some adventures, you meet different people, you put two and two together, you learn about the geography and the religion and everything else, the monsters in a certain area, and you say, oh, that story that I heard, now that's got more, I've got more context for that now.
Yeah, I like with my second edition game, I like to sort of look at the characters that we have, the backgrounds that they've sort of build up with them, with their professions and the like, and where they came from, and use that as a sort of excuse for why players would know certain things about the world, its history, the different environments. One player is an elf. Well, he would be the gateway for the players to know about the elves and how they interact with the world and how important they are in the wider world. Another player is a refugee from a necromancer empire, but he's also he's pretty respectable when it comes from noble class. So he would know all the etiquette. He would be educated. He would know a little bit of administration, economics, because he comes from an administrative group. And you've got another player who's from a more of a farming background, timbermen, huntsmen, that sort of thing, and all of these not necessarily backstories, but it's more backgrounds that they're coming from. That's more what I try to encourage players to come with the idea of like, here's a rough idea of where my character is socially. Here is his historical background for what he's been trying to do, and now he's here. And then we can sort of trace things back and forth as we do it. Because I often turn it around and, as I said, I ask the player, so here's how I picture your character. You've done this, this, and this. Would it be feasible to say you've also done X, Y, or Z? And then the players will have to sit and go, actually, no, I don't think they would have done that. I was like, cool, you know your character a little bit better than me. I'm just checking out if I'm on the same wavelength.
That's an important distinction between backstory and background.
Yep.
They are different things.
Yeah, no, completely. Because with the background, I'll get out the highlighter and I'll find the juicy bits and I'll come back and haunt you and torture you and do all these things. But the background is the one where I will work with you, because that's where it's important for your character to shine. And that's just me differentiating. Your backstory can be horrible and all these things, and I'll try to find ways to screw you over. But your background, your character, what they should be representing, that is where I think you as a player should shine, and you should be getting a lot of things in those areas specifically.
I think the other part with the backstory is, as a player, if I'm doing a detailed backstory, I'm giving you hooks to screw me. And I mean that lovingly, is I want these to give you a reason that when you create an adventure, we're going to go on this adventure if you put these hooks in. And I think that I expect conflict. I don't expect backstories to help you so much as they are to hinder you in certain cases. Now, if you have friends, but like my friend is being attacked by an ogre, well, guess what? Or his village being terrorized by an ogre. I have to go to that village now to take care of that ogre because he's my friend. And you're right, that it's not that it's really screwing me, but now you as the DM can go, okay, now I can do the whole backstory of this ogre and what he's doing and create your adventure. But all too often I've seen players go, well, I wanted to go west, but now I want to go east, and that's just because I'm just bored. They'd have no hooks or investment to actually do something. No, I want you to be invested. So when I create an adventure, you're going to go there.
Just start the entire campaign out as dwarves with the ideals of building your own tavern, and there you go. Just you've all got a mission right there to begin with, and you've all got to do it while not sober. Because dwarves are never sober. Let's be honest.
Well, like you're talking about as well. I mean, if you look at like Lord of the Rings, okay,
Yeah.
all dwarves, you're all going to be taking out Smog. That's the whole adventure arc. Well, I mean, but they all have that arc at the very beginning that they know what they're going to be doing. Now, what they encounter on the way to get there, that's what the DM throws in their way, and you don't, as a player, don't know what's going to go on. But you don't suddenly drop halfway and go, you know what? We're going to go somewhere else. I created this whole story arc just for you guys. It's a cooperative push-pull aspect is the way I look at it.
No, so it's the typical saying of like the DMs make a story and 80% of it gets discarded. I am perfectly fine with that. I don't complain about it. I usually fall back onto what I said before, which is once a month I get to do the things that the factions will do, and then that will react accordingly. And then that's how I then bring in events that are important, like the highway I mentioned in my second edition game. That's a big thing. It's an ongoing plot thing that has been building up over several months in game. and it's now coming to the player's doorstep. What it is and what it consists of is for the players to learn and discover if they want to. But I know they want to because the players have done a terrible mistake of investing into actually having homes, livelihoods, employees in a place, meaning that if things go wrong, their businesses are affected. And there is nothing more delicious than players looking at the things that they own and go, no, we don't want to be affected.
The ideas can always wait as well, can't they? You can have a lot of ideas, a lot of plans. You can always hold on to them, and if the party don't go in a particular direction, you can hold it back. There's no need to say do it now. There's no need to have all the material completely fleshed out for them because they have to do it now. You can always come back to things later, and you can adjust it.
No,
Yeah.
Unless they already found out what's going on, there's not really a time limit.
No.
It's like in a good book, the author will put something in the first chapter, and you don't realize it's going to come up, halfway through the book, and that's how you put these little hooks into stories.
Yeah.
They built
I'm
it
going
up.
to say now we have been going for nearly 4 hours, and I am absolutely knackered.
Drink more.
Absolutely. I started this. I looked into the video. I looked close up on myself at the start of the video, and my eyes were red already because it's been a long old week, and I'm absolutely knackered now.
No, isn't it? It's been a fun talk.
It has. We have had a good old natter, and I'm glad we've had just a good-natured ramble tonight. Yes, we kept up. We stayed on topic for about 2 hours, but then we just rambled on, and
we had said everything that needed to be said about music and RPGs. Like it was time to talk about the real stick. Everything else.
Yeah, but I must say though, rest in peace, Fletch, because Depeche Mode were a great band. I'm saying were because I can't see them going on. So, Graham, what's your music taste before we go?
I like rock music from the 80s and 90s. That was kind of my era. I still listen to a bit of that, but I'll listen to almost anything. I mean, I've been watching a couple of biopics on the Beach Boys or the main songwriter, which is not my taste because it's like candy floss type music, but the guy that wrote the songs, Brian Wilson, he's actually quite talented, and he had a few issues himself. I think he was an excellent musician, pitch perfect apparently, but I think his music was a escapism for himself. He knew it. California isn't really like that. Probably it's just a dream, but he tried to expand his music style a little bit later, a bit like Jimi Hendrix did, but some of the fans didn't like it if they got used to a certain artist doing certain things, and then a good musician or a talented songwriter will I fancy exploring something else for a couple of albums. Just wait there. A lot of fans haven't got that kind of attention span, I think.
Unsurprisingly, I think pretty much everyone who contributed was a bit of a rocker.
Right.
I think we all veered off slightly different directions, but I think we all had there was a bit of rock and metal in everything.
Right. Yeah.
But I have to crash now. I am absolutely shattered.
Okay.
So sorry you've joined us right at the end, Graham, but
yeah,
it's one of those things. But
yeah.
Thank you, Al. Thank you, Sexiest, for sticking through the whole thing. You've been great sports. You've been interesting, and it's been thoroughly enjoyable chat.
All right. Well, you all have a good night. Enjoy your 4-day weekend there, John.
Yeah, I'll be doing a few videos over the weekend and Monday, Tuesday. Thank you all. I'm going to end this broadcast because I'm going to bed.
Okay.
Good night.
Great. Thank you. Thank you all.
Ta-da.